you don't need too much context for this meme, but I was doing this while your stream started. And I'm bothered that it's actually coming out well.
You last logged out with this player could not be found on the date. Please connect to it. Oh, okay. I forgot. I had to move back to. I forgot to do that as I like started my stream again, like an idiot. North America, Crystal, and then I go there, and then let's see. Activity feed. Hopefully, as all right, ding.
Blah, 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 I don't care.
I'm gonna back up, like... Yeah. Prepare... Sorry, I'm just doing this. Will only be over if more than have passed since the last upload. I'm just doing a backup real quick.
I will say I fucking hated it because I loaded up after the patch happened. I had to reset up my whole fucking HUD layout.
Weird.
My hoppers were fine, but my HUD layout was completely fucked.
Alright. Hopefully...
Mine's never changed at all. That's strange.
From the way... I use certain things.
Materia, Ravana.
I see.
So,
that's all I need to know.
Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Hi! Alright, I'm just gonna wait until I start waving. And then... Alright, I'm gonna stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so it's about 5 seconds now. It's a lot more manageable of a delay between like what I'm doing and what's going off on stream.
True.
So yeah, congratulations, Jason, for being first. Alright. Yay, I've successfully arrived in Ravana.
I do not understand what they're talking about here. What the fuck?
Alrighty. I'm gonna close that tab. Alright, cool. There's no skipped frames because of rendering and all that kind of nonsense. And it's congested. That's fine. It's a Saturday morning. Saturday. 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 Saturday.
I might do these raids as my newly level 100 class Dragoon.
Oh my goodness.
I know what I'm going in the normal raids as.
Alright, I'm just gonna
already
reload all the... I'm just gonna have the...
Nice thing is I'm 720.
Overlays reloaded.
Ooh.
Average. Yep. And that's with still having some 710 shit. Because I've upgraded some of my stuff to 730 already. I'm gonna grab my boots next week.
Nice.
And then I'll upgrade them.
Invite to party.
Along with my necklace.
30. Oh, there he is.
Oh yeah. So thinking about it, Grant, remember how Gunbreaker's Invuln used to be?
Yes, I read the patch notes with Iraq. It's now just 50%. Yeah, it just hits you with 50 instead of dropping you down to 1, which is pretty good.
Nice.
Asuna or whatever the fuck it's called is no longer has a...
That is fucking... It's amazing.
They've removed the cooldown.
I've already seen what... I've already messed with it, and oh my fucking god, is that amazing. Feels so good.
I'm just sitting here like, man, that didn't need to happen. Right. I know that the coming patches are going to be pain.
Yogg-Turel. Oh wait, no. So we don't go to Yogg-Turel. We gotta go to.
Also, Velk's in the stream writing one.
Oh, yep. You
have to go here for
Bam, boom. There we go.
It's over. Well, that's for the dungeon.
We have.
Don't worry about that one. That's the dungeon.
We have a monkey. We have a bear, and we have not a furry, but just a Hrothgar because Hrothgars are cool.
Because Kamari was the best character in Final Fantasy X.
Think about it, Grant. Want to see something funny?
I knew it looked familiar.
Do share.
Watch this. Dang it, it fucked up.
All right, you want to try that again? Is this a macro?
I screwed up the timing.
Oh, okay. I thought you had like a macro.
What? What the hell? Probably because of lag, technically.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's fucking up because of the lag.
You have to deal with latency just like I have to.
Because essentially what should happen is when I do this, when I jump, it should be, like, if I time it right.
Ah, there we go. Nice. Good work.
It's funny as hell. I love it. Oh, I love doing that. It's too funny.
All right. So I gotta head over to solution 9, I believe.
Yes, that's where you get the normal raids.
Yep. Alrighty then. Let's go for some normal raids! Also, yes, congratulations, Sir Dragon. You're no longer 51%, you're no longer 1% himbo. You are less himbo, you're less thembo than Jack the Crow, but, you know, it is what it is. Also, a reminder to viewers. Once again, thank you, Bookie, for the gift of the face mask for use on the, blah, 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 blah. Use of the, fursuit head. I really appreciate it. It's gonna be very useful for when there comes the day... Can I middle... Why doesn't my middle mouse click work anymore? Like... Oh, there we go. Now it works. Alright. So yeah, so... I want to do a marathon subathon thing. And in order to do that marathon subathon thing, I am going to need... If I can find the button... The button is not here. Damn it. There's like a thingy-madiggy, like there's a... Bam. There's like a thing in the top left, but... Or you can check the chat most recently, because my bot has sent everyone a message about a treadmill. Or technically it's a walking pad, so it's something that can like fit under the desk and what have you. Because one of the other things that I went and got myself is... Get ready for this, chat. Ba-bam! It's a chair. There's like IRL cam. You can't see my feet, and I'm not going to give you guys free feet pictures with this one. I've already done it like 2 or 3 times. But hey, I can position that camera in like different locations because it's a USB-C cable. And as we all know, USB-C just like has a really fucking long length. And so... Yeah. Different kinds of like, you know, incentives will be available during the marathon stream, such as making me go for even longer, like, jog and what have you. But in order to accomplish all that, I need the walking pad. About Fru. T is gonna be so much easier. Fru is gonna be hell. What are you talking about?
They're talking about the ultimates.
Ah, okay.
The ultimate.
Yeah.
I still need to re-clear Uwu with this character.
Alright, so I need to go to Trial by Spire, is it?
No, it's gonna be... Trial by Spire is is not it. Not that one, it's the other one.
A new challenger appears?
Yes, that one.
Alrighty.
The challenger one. That's the one you want.
Oh yeah, that one kind of makes sense, because that's much closer to the, you know, the GTX 40K. Or RTX, sorry, the RTX 40K 90. I wonder how many people have made this joke now.
For fucking the theming of the raid series.
Yeah. Look at this fucking tower. They made it like a fucking RTX from like MSI Aurorus.
Excuse me.
Brilliant. All right. Did I run past? Yes, I ran past you like an idiot. So.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have to go over that towards that direction.
Yeah.
That's part of the quest anyway.
But I needed to pick it up from this fucking Lalafell. Oh my god, does he have a fucking...
Oh.
Oh no, it's just his hat that's doing that. I thought he had a rat tail.
Different character. Fuck.
I thought he had a rat tail there for a second.
I was like, wait a minute, why the hell is it telling me I don't have this weapon? I was like, oh yeah. Copied my stuff over.
Gasp! Ah, I found you at last! Actually, one of you can do the Lalafell. Savage! Good sir, you can voice this stylish stranger, this trying to be a Texan Lalafell.
Well, the only downside, I'm having to fix my shit, apparently.
You can ask for repair right now if you want.
Well, no, I'm having to, like, fix, like, gear
Oh,
sets
layouts. All right.
and all this. So this is gonna be annoying.
Alrighty then. If you're not up.
Do you want me to do the voice?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. You, my good sir, you were born to be a star.
Huh?
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Metin, Head Strategic Management of Ascension Arcadia, premier enterprise for entertainment in Solution 9. Our flagship facility is the Arcadian, a combat arena, and is there that hold on. And it is there that we host the Ascension Arcadia Championships, the pinnacle of fighters in Alexandria, and I want you to be among them.
What?
As you may have heard, circumstances forced us to close the arena doors at a time, but the time is right to reopen them. Her Majesty's tragic passing has left our citizens desolate, discontent. By providing them with gripping entertainment, it is our hope to help them forget their cares for a while.
Real word salad Matem is doing here. It's fucking terrible.
If we accomplish that, however, it will not only show them that what they have seen countless times before, no, they need something new. Someone new. And who better than he who not only protected our citizens from the king's army, but struck down the king himself? That was you, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So it was. And so, for your strength and valor, the president of the Federation has marked you to be in the Acadians' next great star. Just imagine it. An upstart, the people's protectors, arrives at the scene and challenges the Arcadians' mightiest rises up to the grand champion. What could be more gripping, I ask you?
Tacos.
For your part, you'll be naturally compensated. We'll pay you, I swear. The finest equipment of Solution 9 has to offer awaits you after each and every victory.
Yeah.
I dare say this has you enticed. But you needn't make up your mind right away. If you're keen to test your strength and win rich rewards, then come to the Arcadian at the end of the avenue. The attendant will show you in. With that, I bid you farewell for now. I shall look forward to a favorable response.
Nice work there, Davey. Thank you so much.
You're fine.
So, yeah.
I just have dyslexia, so I fucked up on someone.
No, fair enough. I will be real with you, though. That man is a fucking word salad of a speaker. It's like when you hear Doug Dimmadale of the Dimsdale Dimmadome, and it's just that mannerism for the entire, paragraph.
Yeah.
Also, Ben Rue's wondering...
It's funny, you should compare him to that.
Jimmy Turner, my name is Doug Dimmadale of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Anyway, Benru's wondering why you look like Beast Boy from Teen Titans.
I don't know. That's the first time I had that comparison.
They might be just a little bit colorblind, because you're nowhere near the color scheme of Beast Boy by far. So, and they're obviously, connecting Beast Boy from, not the Teen Titans comic or the Teen Titans, live action TV show. No. They're talking about Teen Titans from the 2000s cartoon or Teen Titans Go.
I see.
Ah, Grant! Master Matem has been expecting you. If you will follow me, I will take you to him. Treadmills. You want to do more of the Matem's lines? It looks like these ones are short.
Oh, sure. You came! By this, I take it you'll fight the Arcadian. Allow me to be the first to welcome you into the fold. Now then, shall I explain to you?
Oh, hey, more champions. Oh my god, why is the Bakote, like, they walked with, like, such a fucking hip sway.
Okay, apparently I have to go.
You look like you've got some fight in you, I suppose. Still, you can't only be so strong without being a soul shifter. You wouldn't last long against any of us. Well, aren't you just a treat? I look forward to meeting you on stage. She's... okay. I have been spoilt a little bit, but I've tried to avoid any mechanics and such, but I do get, like, you know, frames and or what have you. That... hang on. It's not... big. Let me just raise you up a little bit. Ding! That bitch is a bee, isn't she?
I don't know why you'd say that. He's just got a sweet demeanor.
You're a Velk, you want to do this guy? The hulking bruiser?
Sure. You're a puny candle before my roaring flame. Make it to me and I'll blast you out of the ring.
I just feel like he has Himbo Seto Kaiba vibes. You're
yes! 100%, and you don't know how accurate that is.
You're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
There is a meme going around that you will find out.
Excellent. So, more Matem.
Okay.
Those are some of the fighters you will face. They are all characters, as you can see, but I hope you do not take offense at their words. Consider it their way of welcoming you. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, as I have mentioned, the Ascension Arcadia Championship is a fighting competition. The realm's mightiest duke it out in a bid to become the grand champion. I've no doubt that all Alexandrians would be captivated by your journey as a challenger and cheer you on as you fight your way up the ranks. And speaking of ranks, the fighters of the Arcadian are divided into 3 tiers: light heavyweight, cruiserweight, and heavyweight. The ultimate objective is to become the undisputed champion in all the tiers and thereby rise up as the grand champion. I don't think Japan understands that, like, weight tiers are not a tier of challenge. Weight tiers are a fucking requirement split because you don't want fucking Conor McGregor trying to box Butterbean. That is a lightweight versus a heavyweight. There is a proper difference. It is not fair. This isn't a, oh, men versus women thing. This is a, no, we're talking about, like, the difference of, like, 80 kilograms of muscle.
Tell me you wouldn't watch a Lalafell get absolutely pummeled by a Rogadon,
Okay, I need to get you a video of, like, from the Aussie Man reviews. Hang on a second. So, what's the name? Review 2v1. I need to find. Here it is. Eddie Hall versus the Nafati brothers. I need, like.
Wait, I feel like I know that name for those two.
Eddie Hall is, like, he's the strongman that's been making the rounds and all that kind of shit. Is this the, anyway, I'm gonna get the one that's like the Aussie Man review video.
It's the brothers. I feel like I recognize that name. That you were talking about, those brothers you were talking about. I feel like I recognize that name. Fuck.
This is so that video, it is like, the fight is very much just a majority of like what was shown in that 4 minutes, which is the two brothers are trying to, like, you know, find a means of, like, get a hit on Eddie without the possibility of getting hit back, which is problematic because it's like, strong people are not slow. Strong people are fast. They just carry more weight, okay? So, yeah, and then there's like this very iconic like actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let me get to the where's my Opera GX? I'm going to open that up again. Hang on. Ding dong. Let me just get to the
Welcome to Fight Day. Here's Eddie Hall.
So, that's
Somebody brought up the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight, and I really hope Mike Tyson does the Dempsey roll on him.
oh my god, that would be hilarious. So yeah, so this is, as you can see, Eddie Hall, and he is fucking huge. He is like this man, and this is a fuck. That's most. And then look at these guys. These fucking.
Damn.
They're
Let
fucking
me see.
tiny.
Yeah, it was the two I was thinking it was.
They're like.
I watched them on TikTok. That's funny as fuck.
So
'cause
yeah.
I actually watched their stuff.
Look at the. He has a full head over them.
He is an absolute unit.
Look at-
And what is he doing Friday night?
I'm just like, I see him and I'm like,
Look at this.
wish that was me.
And this is the majority of the fight. It's just the two brothers don't want to get in punching range because he can hit them. He can punch. And one of the best things
the
is
ironic
someone
thing is, like,
someone tries to
the
sweep
thing I
his
find
leg.
funny is I actually want, like, I'm like, I see Eddie Hall and I'm like, yeah, I want to get that big.
Look at it. Look at it. One of the brothers tries to leg sweep him from the bag, which normally is a good way to actually, and it just Eddie just
but
like
they don't have the freaking they don't have the kind of force they would need to do that.
they would need to either up the velocity or up the mass.
Yes.
So yeah, and look,
I
there's
think
like 3 rounds of this, and he's walking. He's like, no, get over here. Let me get to when it actually like ramps up. It's like in like round 3 or some bullshit. Yeah, round 3. There's like a minute remaining. Chases after one of them. Here it comes. He picks him up and he does like one hook into the jaw. The man is down. Like, look at like,
I was gonna say, this reminds me of one thing, and I think is the only crowd that I believe would able to take on a heavyweight.
he just fucking throws him down like it's a groceries. And then next thing you see is like he gets back up again, ready, and he just gets stomped in the fucking jaw. Just his nerves. He's just down. And then he just goes bam on the guy's back. So yeah, that's why there's weight differences. It is unheard of. There's like 6 weight differences as well. There's like pelter weight or featherweight and shit. Then you go up to like midweight, light heavy, heavy, and then like, oh my god.
I had some classmates way back when
That-
they were competing in lightweight, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I those two brothers are the only brothers that'll ever like they know they could take down a big guy because I've seen them do it. Like both of them were like 5'1" less.
Mm. Oh my god.
And I remember there was like a 7-foot boxer in our school. He had that I forget what that disorder is where they just keep growing tall. But
Giantivism?
yes, that. There's a guy in my town who has that.
Hmm.
And basically this guy would always make fun of those two, saying they would never make it in boxing and that. And both of them beat the shit out of him.
You love to see it. Alright.
And I was just like, don't judge a book by its cover kind of deal.
Nice. Alrighty then. As a rookie, your campaign begins in the light heavyweight tier, where you must defeat 3 rivals ranked therein.
All right, do you want me to keep voice acting?
Oh
for
yeah,
that
if you
person?
can.
Forgot.
That was
Yeah. Goodness gracious me! I almost forgot to mention the most important thing.
me lucky charms.
Hoity toity toy!
Oh, hey, it's this man.
The Arcadian has its own repository of feral souls, which our fighters utilize in battle. So potent are these souls, they alter the fighter's very form. Lest you wonder, it is potencies of the souls employed that separates champions in their tiers.
Kind of like the dude we fought in Vanguard. I need to keep going through Vanguard once or twice so I can try and get the arms and the head.
Yeah, I want to farm the whole sets.
Yep.
Like all the sets, honestly, because they're really nice looking sets.
I love them. They're great.
Yeah.
And what's more is they've updated the
Yeah.
glamour chest as well, where you can do glamour sets to like reduce on size.
Which would be, for stuff like those ones, that'll be nice for sure.
I love it, particularly
gonna
for
say
all
there
the.
is-
Although I'll admit, I'm not one who really needs to worry about that, because I'm not a fucking glamour-holic like some people are.
Look, I just look. I just like using the poetics and picking up like the latest like blue gear and such, and hoarding some of the raid gear that I've recently been picking up. I don't know if you've noticed, but I actually stick around at the end of like earlier raids
No,
and
I
shit.
noticed.
And I love how Sashera's just sitting there and she's like, I don't want you like, you know, getting hit with all this stuff. I'm like, no, give it to me, give it to me. The only one I haven't bothered with recently is the like the arms of Alexander or whatever like that, but I do need to go through those at one point, so then that way I can like pick up all their gear and then I can, you know, dump the rest.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
in my opinion, like, some of the stuff I do like. There's certain ones I like
So
in terms of, like, dungeons and raids and shit, so I'll grab those, but aside from those specific ones that I end up seeing, I'm like, ooh, I like these. I'll not worry about it.
nice.
Hmm.
Alrighty. Moving on with
Now,
Fanta-
I'm given to understand that you do not use a regulator. Even when you're faced with the king, did you not rely on souls of any kind? That is the most impressive indeed. Be that as it may, I would egregiously be unfair to you to complete not to balance the scales. Fortunately, here at the arcade, we also have the souls of former champions in storage. We will use them to create allies to fight alongside you.
That's clever, honestly.
And to make sure they work with you like a well-oiled machine, we will draw upon your memories to fine-tune their appearance and abilities to your liking.
That sounds a lot. Ooh. That sounds a lot like the Endless. You know, the fact that their souls are like, you know, contained and what have you, and they're just not over in the Untouched.
Endless.
Ethereal Sea?
I'm not
Yeah.
familiar with that term, but I assure you there is nothing untoward in the technique we employ. It simply brings forth a temporary simulacrum.
Untoward.
Untoward, my bad.
Yeah, it's okay. It's annoying when English decides to, you know, give you some of these where it's just like, oh, it's just un at the start. It doesn't like, you know, want you to concatenate the unt.
Yeah.
This sucks.
And for the purposes of evening the odds, I believe 7 of these simulacra should suffice. What do you think?
So a full party of 8. Yep, sounds good. The souls in your repository should be set free.
Oh.
I had expected you might harbor reservations about the use of souls. Those who hail from outside the barrier often do. And so I have a proposal, an additional incentive, if you will. For each victory you claim, I shall release the souls of those who have fought beside you. You, my friend, would be the star who brings a fresh change to the Arcadian. So what say you? Are you willing to fight under those terms?
Mm-hmm. Honestly, this would have been an interesting, like, you know, thing where it's like, oh, we get to see the Arcadian in action or something like that when we entered in. Learn about it, like, oh, closing down and shit. And before one of the champions leaves, that was like one of the losers or some nonsense. It's like it wouldn't even be us asking. It would be Alphino or Alize that are just like, wait, where are you going? Like where are you going? Because they're going like a different direction, and then there can be the point of like, we're just endless, and we're just champions of the arena. We're not like, this is our lifeblood. We have nowhere else to go, and then we learn of the whole like souls thingy-majiggy. Some of them being kept here instead of going to the untouched world. Okay, so. Or living memory, that's it. Going back to living memory. So, you know, that would bring even more, like, incentive. So, rather than it just being a case of, let's genocide the Endless, which, I'm gonna be real with you, it's not exactly genocide. They were already dead. It's like trying to have a philosophical debate of if the zombies are intelligent, is it wrong to kill zombies? No.
Yeah, like, what we were doing was more just letting them actually just be able to move on in a way is how I look at it.
It was a health... We were demonstrating that I got locked out of my other Discord. What? I'm sorry? That is a... Okay, I'm gonna be real with you, Shuto. A little bit of a flag there. Stream mode enabled. Mod view. Hang on. 47 messages.
The zombies pour the milk first or the cereal first?
Oh my god.
Both.
Oh yeah, death then. Death immediately.
Pass the rules, pass the age verification. So, because you're in a number of servers. Alright. So we hand this in. Say the word. Nice. I love how they just give you, like, here's 1,000 gil.
Hello.
By completing...
1,000 gil's a lot of money to them.
Yep. Me walking around with like 10 million before I was like, let me get a new motorcycle. Alright, so we get some quick arm and we can go for... I'm trying to remember,
Must
is
be
it
nice to have that much.
is it crit hit or direct hit rate that I want as a tank?
I'd say, well, I know
It's always good in builds.
Yeah, crit is one that you always go for, typically.
Okay.
Although,
For tank, I
also
believe
keep in
it's
mind
crit.
that one, those ones are the lower tier ones. So they're not,
Yeah.
you don't use those ones as much.
Cookie for YY. Will I watch the Paul Tyson fight? Nah. It's on Netflix. I don't have a Netflix subscription. Knowing our luck, someone is going to blah 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 blah. Someone is going to, like, you know, do a re-release or give me a compilation. I feel like it's just going to be a very, like, piss poor match. I feel like it's not going to...
Isn't that?
It's just, yeah.
Oh, go on.
It's just going to be a case of, like, Logan will try and do some hits and what have you. He's going to get... And then Tyson is going to be able to, like, do punchbacks and what have you. And, you know, sort of, like, dart out of range. Because he's got, like, the longer reach and height above of him. So, yeah. Matem!
I just... My only thing on that is literally just... I see it only as two ways. It's going to be rigged or he's losing.
I think it's gonna... Yeah, I think it's gonna be... You crashed, BRB? Ah, not to worry.
Oh. No. I shall introduce you to the first opponent.
Oh, sorry, I clicked... I try to, like, time it so it's like, you know, you... Because there's, like, always a stream delay or something.
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
you're fine.
Yeah. How the fuck am I supposed to read that?
This here is Black Cat, feared as the claw in the dark.
I'm sorry, but chat, like, hang on a second. Like, is there a way for... I can't move the dialogue box, god damn it.
Oh, that's their own, like, in-game language for Solution 9 in Alexandria.
Okay, so it's not with the normal Eorzean shit. Cool.
Yeah, it's a different language, technically.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. She's the one who took your measure earlier. While she's still a rookie herself, you'd be wise not to underestimate her. She's a real talent and is expected to go far. Her pharaoh's soul is a... Wait. Kaspalog, a terrible feline that said to push the legendary hero to his limits. With its power, she becomes unimaginably nimble, and her claws can rend steel. You'll need to keep your wits about you.
Nice, okay. You should know that the ring is uniquely configured to complement the fighting style of your foes. This is in order to provide the audience with a spectacle. After all, we are first and foremost in the business of entertaining. On a similar note, I should mention that I am also the commentator for matches. Leave it to me to squeeze every drop of excitement out of your fight. Now then, you had best see to your preparations. May you emerge victorious in your debut. Just the tiny little... Also, I now understand, like, how that thing says next opponent, Velk. I didn't realize, like, the double P character in the second line. I thought it was trying to say Black Cat earlier, and I was just like, that's way too many characters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Velk's back.
Alright, I'll move him back in.
He's in the other chat.
Yeah, no, I'm dragging him, don't you worry.
So yeah,
Welcome
now we
back.
have access to the first raid.
Woo!
Now we can do that one.
Clear double AC lightweight M1. Yep, I can attend this one. The item level was 685.
Let's do it.
So yeah, like most of these rings were like, most of my accessories were bringing me down until you got me the Archeo Kingdom.
Yeah, the Archeo Kingdom.
So where did the Archeo Kingdoms come from?
They're crafted
set.
ones.
Ah, okay.
And they're equivalent item level to the ones you're gonna get from the stuff you're gonna get from this raid, but they can also be upgraded. Like, how much did you say you had for the aesthetics?
I had 150, and
yeah.
this is gonna give me another 150.
No, that's the lantern. That was gonna give the 150. You're gonna get
20.
20.
So that will get me up to 170.
After we go through these, you could technically upgrade one of those accessories, which I would say upgrade the ring if you're gonna upgrade one.
The Archeo Knight?
Oh, also,
Yeah.
you can go to up area Solution 9 to upgrade them to
Yeah.
That's what
720.
that's what Savage was just talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you go to there's an Aethernet shard right there, right near you. If you go to the Nexus Arcade, I can show you the vendor.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be like right over somewhere, isn't he?
So if you come this way, it will be the token exchange over here.
Yep. Okay.
So basically, you can buy the rain. There's the rain exchange there.
Rain exchange?
Which you need two. Yeah, which if you go in there, it's 100 per, and you need 2 of them to upgrade 1 accessory.
Okay, so I'll take like a few of those matches.
Yeah. So after we do like 2 of them, you could upgrade the ring. But yeah,
What's this Everkeep Certificate of Grade 1 import? Is that what's dropped from the,
no. Basically, what you do is when you're in that same section, well, of course, wait till after we've done the raid first, just so you can get it.
Yep.
But what you're gonna want to do is afterward, you're gonna want to go to the import accessories thing. The Everkeep certificate of grade 1 import
Okay.
versus high quality accessories.
Mhm.
You'll go in there and then you'll trade them.
Okay. So the
But-
waistband gives me 2.
Yeah. So basically, you give them the accessory, and then they'll give you those certificates, and then you can then exchange the certificates and the rain for the upgraded accessory.
Okay, so the high quality gives me 7, and then then these can be exchanged because of the 7 and 2. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's gonna be the nice thing is once you do that, it'll upgrade it to 720,
Mm-hmm.
which is gonna be good.
All right, see, and then
I've been doing that with some of my stuff.
Arcadian Relic Exchange. This is obviously for when we. Oh wait, no, wrong one.
That is,
It's
yeah,
this
you're gonna
one.
want to go into the other one.
Hollow Gear. There we go.
Wrong one again. Yeah, no, you're in the right one there. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you'll basically just
So yeah,
exchange the items you get.
2 for helmet, 4 for chest. Chest is always going to be the trickier one.
Chest and pants are always gonna be 4.
Yeah. Okay, so hollow earring is just 1, and
Yeah, for your accessories it's 1. Helmet, gloves, and boots it's 2, and then chest and pants is 4.
yeah. So yeah, so
But
I will replace.
basically, what I would say, just roll on everything as we're in there,
Yeah.
and then whatever you get, you can turn it into this NPC and get for your better gear.
Totem. Oh yeah, so that's for Sky Ruin nonsense.
That's for like the weapon that I have, as an example.
Tome of Aesthetics. So yeah, that requires 500 for any of that nonsense.
But for the aesthetics, I would save those for upgrading your crafted gear at the moment.
Yeah. And I mean, 4. So
Yep, and
499.
then that's
to get
the
Kwazavi.
720 that is now upgradable to 730.
Yeah, so, because then... And that requires a Sure Light Twine. No idea where...
And I forgot what the other thing is called. It's the twine and the glaze. Which you're able to get those after doing the Alliance raid.
Yeah. So. Okay, so 98 versus 99, 99.
Yeah, none of
100.
those are gonna be
Yeah, okay.
useful for
No,
you.
no, no, I was just double checking because. But yeah, then I
Yeah,
remembered
because
Davy Boy gave me the
Yeah, because you have. Yeah, you have basically the best you can get right now.
without
Aside from having like.
traded crafted
Yeah.
gears, which
Yeah, like aside from getting that 700 gear with the aesthetics, which, in my opinion, not really any point.
damn it, we had like 2 healers and 2 tanks, and then it's dropped down to like 1 of each now. That's annoying.
Do you think Party Finder might be faster?
100%.
Let's have a look. Oh, there's a number of people that want to do Spheen's thing. Jesus.
Yeah, the Fiend's burden.
Oh, someone wants to try and do
New
Everkeep for the
extreme.
MSQ.
Yeah, the normal
Everkeep's the Sphene one, isn't it?
99 trial.
Oh,
Nope, that's
No,
the
Zoralja.
Zoralja.
okay, so not really useful. All right. Let me just withdraw. So AAC light heavyweight. All right. So that
Just
there
a
is-
first time clear.
Yep.
Nope, not trial. It's
it's
under
right.
raid.
God damn it. I don't know why I saw like yeah. Yep, M1 duty completion first time bonus going through first time bonus going through each on stream. Ding, ding. Average item. I'm not gonna put any of the conditions down because, yeah.
Yeah. As long as people have the item level to get in, that's all that matters.
Yep. Alright, let's see it.
Realistically.
Yep. Sounds good. Cross-world party formed. Party-wide spells will behave differently. Yeah. Did I have anything with a delivery Moogle? Unavailable on this world. Yes, because it's not my home server.
Actually.
So some nonsense. Wait, is there a color difference? Oh, yeah, there's a slight color difference. Interesting. So yeah, interesting that Agia, like this raid, has the homogeny and aesthetics. But yeah, but then the normal raid doesn't have it.
Let me look at the other ones, actually. Honestly, yeah, all the Alliance raids do. No, yeah, literally every Alliance raid does. Huh.
Interesting.
Every Alliance raid gets
Except for a Realm Reborn, obviously.
Thank you. Oh, maybe we can incentivize people to do something else other than Crystal Bloody Tower.
It's because Crystal Tower is a requirement for the MSQ. If you started making the other Alliance raids, like, requirement for MSQ, I feel like would be more effective, but you would be pissing more people off, wouldn't you?
Well, the thing is, they wouldn't make Void Ark, Ivalice, and Nier part of MSQ because there's no reason for it to be. It has no relevance to the game's story.
Yeah, the only time it is relevant is when it's just sort of like in Endwalker, where it's just like, oh, look at that! Remember that? And that's it. It's not like with Shadowbringers, where it was, you know...
The only Alliance raids that have been relevant to the story have been Crystal Tower and Mists of the Realm. Those are the only ones.
Which one? Sorry?
Those are Crystal Tower and then the Endwalker ones. Those are the only ones that are relevant to the actual story.
Ah, okay.
Ivalice and Nier were just crossover raids with other games, and I don't really know for Void Ark, honestly.
So, because here's what I recall, like, Alliance raid-wise, is this one was because of Grahatia and all that nonsense. This one doesn't really do much for me, other than, you know, it gives you, like, a little bit of, like, a fun little, like, inclusion of the Heaven's Warp, where it's like, oh, don't forget, we're still got, like, you know, multiverse nonsense to do. Stormblood, this one was actually, like, you know, helps you get, because you have to complete this in order to get to the Borgia front lines, which I feel like is, you know, a bit of a cool one for the Endwalker nonsense. Or, sorry, for like, after Shadowbringers. This one was just Nier Automata crossover. Like, this does not play into it, quite frankly. I feel like this is the most out-of-character Alliance raid. And then, I have no opinions about the Endwalker one, because I have not yet gone through that, but apparently it's going to be good, because it deals with, like, oh, about the... What's-my-whoosies. Did we just make a full party?
Yes.
Alright.
I've been greeting them this entire time, off and on. Velk, by the way, what were you going to say earlier, when they were talking about Crystal Towers?
The reason why people, even if you... People do it because it's the easiest one. You can ready check and send us in, by the way, Grant.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was just giving a short explanation of what was going to happen.
Basically, people eye-level cheese it, so they'll just buy level 50 gear just so that they can only do the Crystal Tower because it's the easiest one.
Yeah.
And just breeze through it for the Tomestones.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
actually, that's a thing that's just prevalent throughout every data center. I was going to bring that up as well.
Yeah, I've noticed people fucking... Hell, there's been people complaining about the difficulty of this expansion. It's fucking...
I miss this difficulty. I'm glad it's here.
It's nice.
I don't...
It
like,
is.
There's somebody I know in another server. He was complaining about how difficult the Alliance raid is, and I'm like, Yeah, and I still had a fuck ton of fun with it.
There we go.
Like, just because it's difficult doesn't mean you can't still have fun with it.
Yeah,
Like,
but they tend for the
bruh.
the raids in general. I've noticed a lot of people, at least in Crystal as of late, they will immediately leave if it's anything that's not Crystal Tower, and they get so upset. Oh,
There we go. Alright. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure I have this on.
Unless Grant wants to maintain it.
Well, either way, I'm gonna steal the aggro because I
love how Sashi
yeah,
was just
I'm
like, I'm
average
ready,
720.
just in a cutscene.
wait, is Usashi? Yeah, I was gonna say, is Usashi still in the cutscene?
They
Oh,
made
no.
it sound like
Yeah,
it was
they
gonna.
said that they're ready.
Yeah. So.
If Grant has tank stance on anyway, that's fine. You don't need second aggro, at least in normal.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm gonna end up with fucking main aggro either way, even if he did have.
Oh no,
like,
you
look
won't.
Look at the health difference between us.
That's fine.
Jesus fuck.
He will still hold aggro. I can guarantee you, he will still hold aggro.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just like, yeah, let me just fucking do this, even though I'm on Gunbreaker. Fuck it. And also, I haven't messed with Gunbreaker much since I got it to 100, so I'm like, fuck it.
A rookie on the rise with razor-sharp claws. The ferocious feline, Black Cat.
Oh my god, Grant.
I'm not surprised in the slightest.
Yeah, me either. I'm not surprised either. Let's do this shit.
You're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against her feline ferocity?
I sharpened these just for you.
I'm guessing stand on this side and then go to the other side. Yep.
I'm not telling you. You gotta figure this out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the fun.
Beautifully dodged.
Can you dodge this, I wonder?
Can you?
Try
It
this.
just doesn't. Okay.
So yeah. Did you see like the fun little thing where it's like you don't have to be like directly on top of them like pixel perfect, you just need to be in the right like area.
These claws rendle.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Ah, that's bullshit. I moved.
My ring!
This doesn't follow the same rules as. Okay.
Please
Oh.
go with us while we repair the ring.
Going up.
Oh. You're gonna need to move. I'm just gonna turn off my tank stand since Savage kept theirs on. Oh, Ah, you...
That is knockback amenable.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the
I should have done that. I wasn't too sure if it was gonna pop up again.
I'll gut you like a cod.
Oh yeah, this part.
Oh, this wasn't in Savage. Help.
I'm just going over to this corner because it looks safe. Fuck it. And yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, this is not in the Savage.
Oh.
I'm really glad with that change to Heart of Light. It's so good. How they made that also do physical damage. So happy for that. So they also did that
I'm wondering
for...
why.
Probably because, like, people weren't using it too often because of the benefit of the,
Oh, they were. Or, at least Ultimates, they absolutely were.
Well, I think
Yeah.
I'm just glad they did it because of the fact that it's so hard to tell when something's physical or magic at times.
Hmm.
When
You
when
get
the
a little
cast is going
indicator.
off. Well,
Oh, when the cast,
Well,
yeah. It's
like
good luck.
until you get hit by it, it's so hard to tell. It's so annoying. I've been always my stance had always been. I was even saying to a friend of mine that they should just do the addle treatment with them, and they finally did it, which I'm happy.
Is it gonna hit harder? Oh, I was too far. Damn it, I didn't have lag.
Yeah, I remember.
No, that was pixel, like, immediate.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
Oh. God, I'm really liking
Oh,
Gunbreaker now at
okay,
100.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, get knocked onto an unbroken one.
Yeah. Ah! There's a lot of...
I'll go to this. To that one. It's my best option. Whee!
Wrist button
I'll
activated.
move. I'll move them. I'll move them back.
I gave you warning! I gave you warning that the terrorist button was on!
The what button was on?
I'm so dark. I was also getting eternally upset at the Dragoon change.
So, I have a button which forces everyone to use their sprint.
Where is my arm's
back
length?
this.
There we go.
Remember, if you inner release also acts like that as well.
That is...
Always try to remember that, Grant.
Yeah.
That inner release is also a knockback immunity.
Yeah, I realized that, like, at random occurrence, and I was like, I did not know that. Dang.
Yeah, fucking a friend and I were doing Endsinger the other day, just yesterday, and my friend who was on Warrior, he forgot about that and he was like, oh shit, because he figured he was gonna get knocked back, but he didn't during one part.
Ow.
That was not quite where I was expecting the safe area to be.
Yeah.
So that's annoying.
Oh, we have melee LP.
Yep.
Don't mind if I do. Oh, never mind. Somebody else already did it.
He's following. He swallowed the boss.
Woo!
There we go.
Looks like someone isn't holding back.
I love that part. It's like, what power? Someone isn't holding back.
It's cool. Yeah. I like the
He
announcements that are
actually
popping up
does
here
that
and there.
shit.
I like that he's like, oh, we're gonna have to fix this arena real quick.
The match is decided.
Yeah, I like how and you wanna know the ironic thing?
What's the ironic thing?
When you mess up shit, he shit talks to you.
Nice.
So yeah, roll neat on everything.
It's all over. Until
Oh yeah, everyone's rolling need on shit, I imagine.
I didn't.
Thank you.
So you were fighting those other two.
Yep.
I saw that you at least got 2 things, so
Yeah, I got
that'll
the...
get you a bit of progress.
I think I got an earring and boots, so...
I think I saw it was gloves and boots.
Oh, I thought it was earring.
But still,
Yeah.
that's at least something.
Bravo! Bravo! You are simply magnificent out there! The President's eye for talent is keen as ever. So, now that you have your first victory on your belt, I shall tell you more about the Arcadian. The championship traces its roots to a time in Alexandria long before the coming of the Torali people. It was very different in the beginning, though, with matches pitted recreated simulacra against each other. Huh? That's right, the very same that fought at your side, but with the advent of soul-derived resurrection, battles to the death between living combatants became the norm, and all without any actual deaths. The contest evolved once more after Zerul Jah was made king. It was he who proposed the use of feral souls to enhance one's flesh, leading to the technology for it being devised. So it was that combatants took on the power and likeness of beasts, and the audience experienced newfound heights of excitement. However, when Zerul Jah raised the banners of war to embark on his quest, all feral souls were reserved for the army's use. We had no choice but to suspend operations at the Arcadian. What happened afterwards, I believe you know. Having gone mad, the king was vanquished by your hands, and shortly thereafter, our beloved queen was taken from us. Though we are thankfully safe now, sadness and uncertainty darken our hearts. Some may think it is in poor taste to resume the championship now of all times, but it is now, most of all, that the people need cheering up. And as I mentioned when first we spoke, we wish to help them forget their cares. Did you see how the audience roared with you? The upstart challenger, triumphant over our rising rookie. You have captured their imaginations, and I hope you will continue to do so. Ugh! I can't believe I lost to someone who wasn't even using a feral soul! What are you? Ah, damn it all! I can't leave like this! Say, would you mind if I watched you for a while? Don't worry, I don't have any hard feelings. I'm just curious, that's all, about what you can do. As long as you don't get underfoot. Alright. Don't hand in the Matem. Oh yeah, crit hit. And then we'll go once again, crit hit for this one. Although unexpected company has appeared, let us focus on the match ahead. Allow me to introduce your next opponent. Yep, B. This is Honeybee, lovely, the darling of the Arcadian. As you can doubtlessly guess, she utilizes the soul of a bee, and an extremely venomous one at that, but rather than her poison, you should be wary of her ability to charm all before her. For in addition to her winsome charm, which serves her well as a songstress, she can produce the pheromones of a queen bee to enthrall even her foes. Those who fall under her spell delight in the torment she unleashes upon them, which is why the audience will be spectating via special contraptions, cloaked in holograms. It wouldn't do to have hundreds of people be enthralled. In short, there's nothing lovely about her, despite what she might claim. You're in for a bad time. God, her eyes are crazy. That may be so, but I have faith that you will prevail. Now, sally forth and show us your mettle. A AAC lightweight M2 is now available. Alright. Ready check? Usashi once again running behind. I wonder if they're doing the same thing as we are, where it's like we're going through this like pace to pace.
Could be.
Could be.
Maybe. Not sure.
685, 6. Okay, cool. So the average item level doesn't like change. Ooh, okay. All right, I'm gonna exit out to solution 9 and see if I can, because I'm pretty sure I got an earring. Let me check. Oh no, I got boots and gloves. Darn. Okay. Shame.
Yep.
So we'll give it another try in like a minute or two. So I'm just gonna. What does the blue quest do? That was. So yeah, there's two of them. There's something stray in the neighborhood, and then there's trial by spire.
The stray one is another dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
And trial by spire, I believe that's the like Stone Sky Sea for this expansion.
Ah,
remember
okay.
correctly.
So. All right, so I'll just pick this one up then.
Basically, just the training area.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
To check if your damage is
Enough. Yeah, it's a DPS.
is enough for like
savage
the
stuff.
harder content.
Yeah.
It's basically just a way of you testing if you're ready to do that content.
Yeah.
You can try putting us in and see if they're there.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh,
There we go. They're ready. Let's do it.
dun, 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 dun.
God, the song in this one.
It gives me Fall Guys vibes because of all the color. Oh, she's got heterochromia. I didn't realize that.
This starlet with a sting, the adorable but deadly, sweet but poisonous, honey bee lovely.
Hmm.
It did.
Don't like stingers. Do you mind if I
Oh.
main tank this, please? Oh, never mind.
Let's do this.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
Yeah, if you just put your tank stance on and Vogue and Savage just turns the stance off, everything will be fine. You can tank it.
Oh, interesting. Do I have to wait for the clock to stop twisting? No.
Beautifully judged.
Ah, I was a bit too
Ah, late.
close.
Vicious blow. Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Oh,
Oh, spread out.
yeah, because it's gonna hit behind me. There we go.
Yeah, those are cones.
Also, might want to pop a cooldown for that one.
Besides- Be ready for chaos in a bit.
FB.
Ready for me to steal your heart.
AKA now. Or it's gonna get interesting.
Okay, so
Definitely feeling your love.
what's the?
Try to not get 3 hearts.
I know I can't.
Oh my! That Viper.
Oh, I see it. I see what it's doing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I cannot get hit again.
Wait, Is there a way to get rid of them?
Nope.
Hee. Good luck.
Ah!
Shit.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Damn it.
I'm dead. Most likely. Maybe. Nope. I'm dead. Fuck.
I'm dead.
Oh, stinky. Good thing I'm here. Alright.
Alright,
Who's the main tank right now?
me, I'm the main tank.
You.
Well, the black
can you please
mages.
approach? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Let me just do the shake it off just to give you guys a little more.
I think we're gonna need it for upcoming mechanic.
Everyone having a good time?
Yeah, we should be fine here.
There we go.
That was
I
enough stacks.
reprisaled.
Mm-hmm. Oh, goddamn you.
Ooh, I'm getting away from those people.
You.
Bruh. That's not my fault. The black mage moved in.
You gotta stand still.
A little taste.
The thing was, I moved away from the black mage and they moved to me. That's not my fault.
No, you followed them on my screen. You got latency, remember?
Oh.
I was out of that. You can suck my dick, game.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh. There we go.
Here comes a fearsome venom strike.
Drop of venom? What?
Hard feelings if I kill you?
Oh, okay, so we need to be in for this one, right?
Was this drop? Oh, what am I? The fucking mind.
Oh my god.
What? Oh, you kidding me? It didn't work?
Let me just get my health
Is
back
for
up.
brilliant.
This honeybee has changed her routine.
Fine.
I am miss. I got hit with like at least one vulnerability.
Literally, how? You didn't get hit by any.
What?
You would have died if you did. You would have been sent into that wall.
Battle this is.
Oh, that's blessed.
I remember Sash had this kind of problem as well, I think, at one point, where it was just sort of like, what the fuck is with this? Like, the latency just didn't make
I will
sense.
say, have fun with the second version of that coming up.
I'm not, am I?
Who's my obedient little bee?
I need friend.
Can you move a little bit closer so I can... Thank you.
Someone give this heart over here.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, somebody was.
I can't.
Yeah, no,
once
I
we
can't
hit
either, 'cause
three...
you can't get 3, so...
Yeah, and then Usashi over here has like 1 only. Not helping at all.
What? That's some horseshit. I was out of that.
Uh-oh, stinky. Oi.
Oh, I'm
Yep, I'm just dead.
fucking dodging that.
Yep. This fucking fight is pain.
Oh yeah, because
With latency? 100%.
Yeah, fucking, I can do
I love
this
this fight
fine.
with latency.
I can do this normally perfectly fine.
come
The fact
on.
that I'm-
Yes, there we go.
That
Made
I'm
it
having
just in
this
time.
much of an issue is annoying.
Oh, you shaked it. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to shake. Oh,
Oh no, I used that too soon. There we
you're
go.
fine.
Also, Grant, you don't have to go all the way out.
I know they're.
You can stay next to her.
Oh, okay. I like going all the
Like,
way out.
They're about as big as one of these things, roughly, I'd say.
Yeah. No, it's just one of those cases
Or
of.
maybe half.
I just have it as like an
Okay,
indicator.
here's the
of-
second one that I was talking about. Have fun.
Yeah, this is cowboy emoji strat. Ah. Shit. Someone baited it through the middle.
Because
Oh,
those
I'm
are
dead.
just.
Oh!
these are
By the way,
Once again, surviving all of that.
the
Grant,
thing I
by
hate
the way,
about that is it's completely random.
actually, I found out that it's not random.
It's not. It's focused
Bullshit,
on
I don't believe
players.
it.
Yeah,
It's,
focused
I
on
don't
players.
believe that it's not random.
Oh, you haven't done Savage then, because it's required.
And then.
It's shit even on Savage.
Oh, Jesus!
yeah.
Still didn't get vulnerability stack, so. If I was trying to do this on NA, I would have a shit time, I reckon.
The strat for it is Mario Kart.
What's Mario
Yeah.
Kart?
Group up around the arena. Raider, fuck, you don't get blue shelled.
Yep.
Oh, can someone LB?
Somebody had to heal her LB.
Oh my god! Fucking the
Just stay-
Viper!
Oh, okay.
Just stay still. We will go around. It's fine.
Oh, can I? Big
I
axe!
move left and they move left.
Damn it.
It's like, bruh.
Come on, before we have to deal with more of this shit. Yes!
Bumble bitch, you're dying. You're dying, you bumble bitch.
I can't believe with like the one that Velg was like, I got none of those. We went through that the second time, still got no vulnerabilities.
But yeah,
God,
I still don't believe that fucking second one's baited.
Oh, it is. It 100% is.
Yep.
The only issue is that where the bees spawn on the outside is random.
Yep.
So depending on like where you're standing, even if you do like a Dorito follow, like the Dorito could stand in a spot where it's just like, you know, you're fucked.
It's fucked.
Because it's like a long run away. Rolling need. Ooh.
Like, I was
Oh.
panicking.
Oh. Did I get all 8? No, I didn't.
Potentially.
No, mundane.
One went to somebody else. 2?
2 went to mundane. So.
Yeah, you got all but 2, so that's good.
Let's
so,
go!
Yeah, literally, once we get out of here, go spend that shit.
Fuck yeah!
And get the next one unlocked, and then come back over and fucking spend that shit.
What a performance that was! I knew you could do it, my friend. To think you actually managed to take Honeybee down! You're the real deal! With this victory, you're now eligible to challenge the reigning champion of the light heavyweight division. And as eager as I am to see you claim the crown, it will take some time to make arrangements for the match. While you wait, why not find yourself a second? That is, someone who supports you by gathering information on your opponent and giving advice on your training. Wait. If he gets a second, then please let me do it. Those who lose aren't supposed to fight for a while, so I'm free. But above all, I'd like to see the person who defeated me defeat everyone else too. As an active fighter, I suppose you would know your opponents better than most. If Grant is willing, then I certainly wouldn't object. I'd be happy to have Black Cat in my corner. Doing it. Fucking rageful. You won't regret this! Now, if I'm to be your second, then you ought to know my real name. I'm Yana. I look forward to working together.
So looking at it, you could get 2 accessories, your gloves and your boots.
Let's head to the gym. It's a bit
Most
messy, but it's
likely.
more comfortable than it is in this dreary old place. Alright, I'm just gonna... Ding, dong. Is this like an interim mission where it's like doesn't get me to the next thing? Well, me, the gym isn't far from here. Hey, aren't you Grant? The fighter who doesn't use a regulator? To not only fight, but win without using a feral soul? You're absolutely amazing! I'll be cheering for you from now on! I was surprised when I heard you were in the ring! You're the hero who protected us from the soldiers! I've been your biggest fan
Yeah,
ever
that's-
since!
okay.
You'll win your next match too, I just know it! I am getting so many fans. You heartless fiend! How dare you embarrass our sweet honey bee like that? Some real leave Taylor Swift alone vibes there. Enjoying this feeling while you can, new blood. You'll be begging for mercy come your next match. You live, the megastructure continues to grow. Oh my goodness, Wild Saber. Good luck with it. My, the fans are quite riled up today. I understand the need to let out their frustration, but I wish they could find more productive ways to use their energies. Okay. But do excuse me. I'm something of a storyteller. I have a keen interest in seeing how the championship unfolds. When you have a moment, I would love to ask you a few questions. Wait, you're a black cat! What are you doing keeping company with the bloke who just beat you? How was Honey Bee? I survived. I only died once, and that was because of, like, the love thingy-majiggy in the first phase, because I wasn't, like, 100% familiar with the love hearts thing, and amazingly enough, when the bee cherubs came in, I didn't get any vulnerabilities twice. Velk, I thought I got hit with 1 or 2, but Velk corrected me and was like, nope, I didn't get any. Bugger me, that one mechanic
That is
sucks.
correct, yes.
That's probably why you lost. You don't have any pride. I'd much rather watch your sister fight. Nobody puts on a show like Wicked Thunder. This is never ending. Let's get out of here. Is this gonna be like thing like Tempest and like Blizzard in One Punch Man, where it's like the stronger sibling is the smaller one? He was more asking about the aesthetic / song. Oh, okay. It gave me Fall Guy vibes because of all the pastels. Looks like we managed to slip away. Come on, the gym's just over here. Would you like to join us, Sashera? We've got 2 more to go, and, like, we did do a party finder, but I just need to... But we can just ask, like, the healer or something, like, one of the 2 healers to be like...
let's just say
The healer's already
all
gone.
but 1 person left.
Oh.
All but the black mage already left. So
Oh, damn.
yeah.
Here it is. Tretail's Training, the home of Alexandria's finest fighters. That being said, I'm the only one here at the moment. It's actually it's also my actual home. The first floor is where I live, and the basement is where I train. Now don't be shy. Go on in and make yourselves comfortable. I wonder if it's a case of, like, they just wanted to go through the trial once or twice to get some pieces that we're missing.
Possibly.
Maybe, I don't know.
So it's fine. You've got a
Could
big
be
list of
another
things
party
to do
member
this
that
morning.
interested them as well.
Not to worry, Sashara. Thank you for dropping in, though. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, is that her sister, Wicked Thunder? It's a pleasure to meet you, mister. My name is Naomi. Thank you very much for looking after my sister. She's a fucking pipsqueak. Thanking him for knocking me out, are you? Anyway, as you may have pieced together, I have 2 sisters, and though they're gone now, our parents were originally from Tyrol. Oh, okay. They happened to be in Yasulani when the dome appeared and ended up trapped. Here they took us work as hunters, but they were always opposed to regulators and never wore them. And one day, they went out and never came back. Truth be told, I became interested in you because you reminded me of our parents. Like them, you're averse to using souls. We, on the other hand, don't see such a problem with the practice. So at our sister's urging, we started wearing regulators after our mother and father died. It's only because they weren't wearing regulators when they passed that we can still remember them. Whether we're better or worse off for it, I can't say. I was too little to understand when it happened, but I've heard the story from my sisters, so when I see you fight, I can't help but feel anxious. Grant, I say this knowing your stance, but won't you consider wearing a regulator to matches? If only to revive yourself should the worst come to pass? No. I'm afraid you can't change people's minds when it comes to soul use, Nuyuni. It's a question of culture and upbringing. But rather than talk about such things, we should celebrate! We've won 2 championship matches now! Oh, you've. I thought she said we, and I was like, who's we in this? We've won 2 championship matches now, Grant. This calls for drinks! We've only got energy tonics, but it's the gesture that counts, right? Yeah, excuse me. Dun, dun. You're celebrating even though you lost? Kanpai! Nah, I'm not gonna skip this cutscene. We're gonna see what happens. The cans look cool, though, I will give you that. Ding dong. So, after what that delightful fan said outside earlier, I imagine you're curious about my sister. Her name's Utrope, and she rose to be top contender in the heavyweight division. She became a fighter to look after me and Nayuni first and foremost, but it turned out she was great at it. Hardly surprising, I suppose. She always excelled at anything she set her mind on. She was a natural at combat, and on top of that, she mastered how to wield Electrope. Hold on, I'm just the thing. Ding. Oh, she's got the, what's a Mahuzi? What's the horse called? Fuck.
Ixion?
Ixion, thank you.
Ixion.
Wicked Thunder was her ring name. She harnessed the Levenstead soul in conjunction with Electrope and could shapeshift to adapt to her enemies in battle. I'm confident enough in what I can do. Ultrope herself taught me how to fight, but I could never emulate her fighting style. The thing is, she just disappeared one day, without saying a word to us. She was so close to being immortalized, too. Immortalized? What? Right, you wouldn't know. All the Arcadian fighters retire young. Feral soul transfiguration is just too much of a burden on the body. Those who fight to the age of 20 are immortalized in the Ascension Arcadia Hall of Fame. What?
The thing is, like, you know how they just said the age of 20?
Yep.
Remember that other guy you saw? The third person
Yeah.
that came in?
Uh-huh.
Motherfucker looks like he's like 30 or some shit.
It just ages him is why. This comes with the privilege of moving to the luxury residence of Everkeep's upper levels, where they can live out their days in comfort. Ultro put her threw all of that away when she vanished. I just can't wrap my head around why. But that's enough reminiscing for now. It can't be long now before your next match, so let's head back to the Arcadian. Good luck, Grant, and please be careful. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I just need to find an image. Where the fuck is it?
Oh, right. You might have to adjust the party finder.
Yeah,
Because there'll be
But yeah.
specific roles now that people left.
Party finder, recruit. Oh, I have not yet unlocked M3.
I'd wait till you get the next one up.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'll
get
be-
the next
I'll-
one
I'll
unlocked and
go-
then do it.
Alright, I need to... Oh my god, it's gonna be a bit of a run. Sec. I need to head to the green room, which is there. You're over by there.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm full
Why is there an
710.
arrow?
Nice.
Ah, because it's probably telling me like that was the closest thing, but I need to go into the Arcadian. Ding dong. Alright, hand in Yana's thingy-madiggy. Grab the Savage. Yep, that's a critical hit one. And this unlocks the next match. If you win this next fight, you'll become champion of the light heavyweight division. Let's give it everything we've got. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dun. Right, let's take a look at your opponent. Mm-hmm. That there, I regret to say, is the reigning lightweight champion, Brute Bomber. He uses the might of the Bomb King to ignite all that he touches, but that'll be the least of your worries. He's a dirty fighter who will do anything and everything to win. The rules be damned, countless of his opponents have had to be carried to the infirmary. But you'll be fine, I'm sure of it. If you bested me, you can best the Brute Bomber too. Now go and blast that lonesome lout out of his own ring and come back here the next champion. Alrighty, Okay, I can just go straight into thingy-majiggy. All right, let's do the party finder again. Recruit.
Yeah. Also,
M3, first time
also
bonus,
come-
going through
also,
each one's...
after you're done that, I'd come over here so you can get that gear.
Nah, I'll get it. I'll get it on the next one. So... Oh, no. No, do not clear it. All right, recruit. There we go.
No.
What?
Change the classes.
Yeah,
You're only accepting certain classes.
yeah, that's
Oh,
what I said earlier.
1, 2, 3,
I
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, no, it's going for... It's recruiting...
So, press remove role restrictions again. Because
Ah,
right
there
now
we go.
you're recruiting possibly 3 tanks, 3 healers, and 3 DPS.
Ah, okay, I see now. Yep, alright, there we go, that should fix it.
Yeah, now it'll just recruit DPS.
Bingo book, XP rung, bring your fancy earrings, first timers welcome. Ooh, nice. And then these got Sphene, and then we got people running around Yuctel. Nice. A lot of people are doing Sphene's, burden.
Yeah, it's the new EX.
Yeah.
That's the only way to get the highest item level weapon that you can get right now.
Mm-hmm. I'm too scared to touch Sphene's burdens. Well, I'm not brave enough for that just yet. Especially with the gear that I have. I'd rather, like, you know, work on the trials and the raids that are available to me before I move over to, like, savage nonsense. You don't want to do it
Yeah,
solo?
well, here's
Fair.
the thing. You wouldn't even be able to get into the raid yet. Into that trial.
Not fair.
Because you have to be an average item level of 710 to get in there.
Oh, okay.
So you can't get in that one.
Yeah. So yeah, we've done the completion bonus. Oh, nice. That's ours just sitting right there. Ding dong. Light bit of rain today. So yeah. I won't be able to go into... Actually, hang on a second. I have until... Ding... Dong... Bam... So, okay, so... Film is at 4:20. My dad's probably gonna be... Okay, so I might have enough time, depending on our, thingy. Alright, since we're waiting, fine, I'll go into the what's-mahoozy thing.
Which, yeah, I believe, from what I remember, you should be able to get 2 accessories, your gloves, and your boots, I think.
I can get glove, boots, and 2 accessories, yeah.
Nice. That's good.
True view? What? Oh, that's previous location. I was wondering what it was
That's
doing.
where you were. You're gonna want to go to Nexus.
Yep,
Arcade.
yep. I know where I'm going. 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 6.
It's the one over here, Grant.
Oh.
One where I'm jumping.
Yep. I see you. I totally forgot.
Yep.
Lightweight hollow gear for the U. Limiting it to the warrior. So lightweight, yeah, that's a huge increase on my side, so...
Yeah, it's gonna be really good. A really good increase for you.
Alright, so, you know what that... So, alright, earring and second ring is what I want, so... Earring...
I'd get necklace, actually. Necklace is slightly lower.
Oh, earring and necklace. No, because... Oh, wait.
Your earring's 678.
Yeah, okay, so...
Your ring is 690, so...
Yeah.
I'd get your necklace.
Necklace. Yep, cool. There we go.
And then just equip all that stuff.
Ding. I love this new feature they've introduced in 7.1. I equip new things, I update the gear set, and it tells me I can update the portrait.
Such a good change.
It is.
Just such a quick and easy. Simple and clean as the way that you're meant. Alright, looks like we're full. Alrighty. Alright, let's do a ready check. Oh my god, who's that? Confused man. Hestia. What are you doing, Hestia? Oh, ready? Okay. Why do people do that? Why are they like, you know, they deny it, but then they're like, oh, ready?
It could have been they were in the
If
middle of something.
Yeah, if they're in the middle of combat, it will auto decline. They don't need to pop up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank god they did a portrait pro
Yeah,
check.
they were in a
Press-
loading zone.
Yeah.
So that would also auto decline it.
Yeah.
The way this tablet was drawn while we were waiting for it to fill.
How did I come here on Scholar? Oh.
What did I call him? A punk Seto Kaiba or?
I don't know.
Something like that.
That's an insult to Seto Kaiba. Though it's better than pregnant Ravana.
Pregnant mechanical Ravana, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Where was that brought up?
Oh, you missed it. It was like last week's or the weeks before stream. Weeks before.
So this is Akuma.
Yeah. He looks like it.
Bootleg Akuma.
Careful, he'll blow you. Smithereens.
Muffled his way into the ring.
Brutal impact. I don't know what that will do. Okay. 3, 4, 5. Oh, you need 2? Yep. I'm right here.
Yep, I moved over to you.
Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
Oh, that is a wide hit.
Yep. Behind.
Nah, I got hit, I think. Oh, no, I didn't. I'm good.
Surdragonx 88 demands you drink.
I will short. Oh, I need to be in this one. Okay. Arm's length. Oh, nice. How fast is this gonna rotate? Oh, not that fast. Okay. And what's more is you can kind of cheese it by just running through his circle as well. So it's hardly a
You should know that I have a short fuse.
fuses are ignited.
Be on the long ones. And then move to the short ones.
Oh, I see. Yep, no, I fucked that up. I thought the long
Yeah,
ones
it's
were...
literally just
I-
shorts will go off first.
Yeah.
And then longs.
Yep. Fuses of Fury. I almost overshot that one.
Don't mind me.
Doping.
Looks a bit parched.
What the? Is that legal?
insulted the referee! The scoundrel! No more distractions!
Ah, of course you would. Of course you would.
Oh. Okay.
Blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark!
I do know for White Mage, that's a good point for Bell, is whenever those come up.
Oh, no, 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 no. This way, this way, this way.
Beautifully dodged!
This is not a black mage friendly
trauma.
fight. I feel so sorry for them.
Yeah. I'd be
Yeah.
giving them cards when I can.
Ah, there we go. Now it does the...
Try to stay towards the middle at the end of this.
Yep.
Try to bait these away from
Relying
his
on me.
hitbox. I'm
Oh!
so glad when people actually bait that away from his hitbox.
Oh.
What? How did I get caught? I'm free!
I always hate it when people bait those AoEs like right on his hitbox.
Yeah. Oh, we're still a ways. Damn it.
I'm using the terrorist button.
Oh, you...
The fact that I
I'm an
was
idiot.
able to snapshot that.
Oh, can you rescue me? No, I'm dead.
Oh, I got it. I got hit by it. Whatever.
Alright, let me just shake it off real quick,
bad.
so then that way healers don't have too big of a trouble with it.
They're still in it! But for how long?
I'm getting a lot of trauma. Oh,
Yeah, I'm used to the savage version of that where you have to get hit by it.
Oh, you actually have to get hit by that? Huh.
Oh, why is
Or
my,
you die.
what the fuck is going on with my... There we go. I don't know what
Yeah,
happened there, I'm sorry. Alright, I'll move over to this one. Come on, just... Fuses are ignited. Oh, what the f... Oh, yeah, that's right. There's the... Yep. Oh,
Ah, damn it.
Oh my! The challenger went down.
I don't have it for the...
I'm just gonna...
Oh, I'm
Just
just
heal.
out of everything. With what? I didn't have mana a second ago.
Is
Yeah.
the DPS doing the hits? What was that? Who did the ultimate? Was that the DPS or was that the...
That was Viper.
I had like no I had no like thingy-majiggy here. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
You're alright.
Oh, shit. Still
Oops.
got hit by it.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, that's a bad time to be summoned.
Okay, good. We're safe.
This bitch is going to die.
Woo!
There we go. Dead.
Ugh.
Perfect.
Alright, so I don't need to worry about the boots and the gloves.
How many chest plates do you have for it?
I think I have like only 2, frankly. I
No, he only has one. He only has one Chester pants.
sorry, chest.
Right now, so.
To the challenger.
Yeah, so for the Savage version of that, you get chained to a clone and you have to get hit by that, but only that mechanic.
Yeah.
Why?
Because otherwise you just die.
It's all over. Until next time.
It's... shit.
Alright, so I got myself
You're
2
huge,
pants.
yes.
And that's it. 2 pants. And 2 chests, so not a lot. This dude is just straight up
Yeah.
fuck you healers, by the way. Yeah, I feel like I was using so much of like my... I need to be more aware of the other abilities I have available for me, so... You did it! You really did it! Even though you beat me, I'm absolutely over the moon for you! It's truly astonishing what you can do without a feral soul. With this, you're now the lightweight 8 heavy champion. Congratulations, Grant. Now, there's going to be a ceremony to official crown you champion. All and sundry will be watching, so make sure you wear something you won't regret. Neat. Alright. Ding. I imagine a lot of people go through this thing like more than once to get the different pieces.
Yep. People have to do it
We're still
weekly.
going through it.
Yeah, they are.
My fellow citizens, we are gathered to recognize a new champion in the Arcadian, a rising star who shot to the top of the light heavyweight division at breakneck speeds. Without further ado, please give a warm welcome to the man of the hour. The unstoppable upstart, the unenchanting but unbeatable, the one and only GrantZeebs!
Oh, unenhanced, not unenchanted.
Oh, unenhanced. Oh, it's the fucking Dawn
Unenchanted
Trail
though.
song from the trailer. Dun. Is it just sets of 3, is it? Hold it right there.
You'll see.
Your victory was a farce, and I refuse to accept it. Oh my! It appears Brute Bomber is unsatisfied with the outcome of his match. You fought with eight of you? How is that fair? Let's settle this one-on-one. Just you and me. Well, that's unfair. You're the one to talk about fair. If it's supposed to be a one-on-one fight without your bloody Bomb King... It looks like the crowd's on my side. Shut your mouths! I make the rules here! Oh, damn. What in the world just happened? Ooh, it's the, Ixion champion. Eutrope! I don't believe it! Wicked Thunder! The heavyweight fighter who suddenly vanished has returned! I will have your soul. Prepare yourself. I love how my guy's just like, huh? What's this? Wicked Thunder has just challenged the unstoppable upstart? Dun, 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 dun. Alas, as much as I wish to bear witness to their clash, Wicked Thunder's license was revoked upon her disappearance. I am unable to sanction such a match. Intriguing. Most intriguing. This voice! It's the president! I will allow a special exhibition match. Prepare, Wicked Thunder's ring, and prepare yourself, upstart. You heard it, folks. By permission of the president, a match will be held. Who will emerge the victor? Neotric Witch or the unenhanced warrior? This is an event you cannot afford to miss. There we go. Alright, ding. Sorry, I just had to respond to something. Skill speed, spell speed. I'm gonna go with skill speed on the next one, I think. Oh no, piety. I want piety, don't I?
No?
Oh. You're a tank.
Oh.
You don't need piety.
Utro, where have you been? And why have you come back now? I reckon the president has orchestrated all this nonsense, personally speaking. I'm sorry, it's just... I wasn't prepared to see my sister after all this. It's a shame your big moment was spoiled, but now that the match has been decided, there's nothing for it but to prepare. As a former heavyweight fighter, Eutrope's more than a cut above everyone you faced thus far. Even so, having seen how quickly you've climbed up the ranks to become champion, I reckon you're far from overmatched. As Nuyumi mentioned, Eutrope, or rather, Wicked Thunder, harnesses the Levensteed soul and employs Electrope in battle. Her ring's a recreation of an imaginary city designed to allow her the full use of her powers. Her bouts are notoriously so dangerous that there isn't even seat for spectators. And while she's my sister, I'm your second. So you go out there, Grant, and you win this. Why are you showing me your butt code? When did you get this butt? Absolutely in fucking sanity.
Booty. Oh, so I was watching a video of a group going through the normals for this,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the people in that group was mentioned in the video that they were trying to think of what to call her, and they were debating between the Cube Queen or the Box Bitch.
We need to fill up the party again.
Oh, damn it. Alright, party finder, recruit members, M4, check, uncheck. Iraq? Oh, for whatever, hang on a second. Cancel, recruit members, there we go, now
well,
it's,
might be.
there we go, now it's updated. M4, recruit. Castrum Marinum Extreme, loot, it's time for the GWIB. Neat.
Gwib.
Gwib.
They're talking about that's one of the Shadowbringers extremes, and they're going for the Gwibbers.
Yep. I think I've done the
I still need to get
Stormbloods.
those.
I think I've done the Stormbloods. I don't properly remember.
Yeah, it goes horses for ARR, birds for Heaven's Ward, the Kamuis / wolves for Stormblood. Shadowbringers is Gwibs, aka dragons.
Yep.
Endwalker is lynxes, aka cats.
Yep.
Basically.
Cosmic made this butt. Nice work. Awesome. I have a butt emote too. Hang on a second. Ding.
And then Dawntrail is literally just you get wings.
Mine is just called cake though. It's not like butt. I'm honestly impressed that you got butt as an allowed thingamadiggy. Code the butt. Sorry, I'm just gonna get the Stone and Sea thingamadiggy while I am waiting, so then that way it gets that tick off my quest log. Ah ha ha! There you are. Ding 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 bum 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 bum.
Yeah, I want to get them, Sashira,
All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
because they are nice.
Grant.
Oh god, our mount. I've seen the mount you get for getting all the fucking Endwalker extreme mounts, and they're fucking it's fucking ridiculous. It's a dumbass looking dragon.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
I haven't even learned EX2 or 3.
Mhm.
The only one I know how to do is the first one.
I have a weird take for EX too. It's easier than the normal.
It is 100%.
Yeah.
Iraq?
Oh, right. Yep. Sorry.
Fishing.
Okay. Ready.
Ish.
The Extreme 2, I don't use a healing GCD at all.
Yeah. I only ever have to do it when it's messy, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I love this fight. Especially for the music. Like, oh, I'm so excited for this one. This one's my favorite out of these 4.
Also, Vilk, I apologize in advance.
Oh, I know this fight.
The ping's gonna kill me in a certain mechanic, and you can probably guess which one.
I'm guessing the one where you have to be like either out here, then in, or in, then out. Probably.
Mm-hmm.
See, there's like 3 different mechanics I'm worried about right now with this ping. But hopefully, no, it won't happen.
Ooh.
I love this song.
So sexy.
I knew it.
You would.
It's sexy!
She wants to eat your soul.
I'll best her.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Nothing personal.
See?
She wants me dead. Okay, so this side? Yep, cool. Awesome. I was thinking the right thing.
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
Are we getting DC'd?
You are.
Why?
It looks like you're getting.
Put you back.
Ah! Oh,
Oh my
You can
god.
just stay near the boss.
sorry?
You can just stay near the boss with those. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just like...
Has many uses. Watch and learn.
Because at least for most of these, they are lines. FYI, I've been told that in the Savage, only tanks can greet that.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yep.
Well, unless you have a healer that really likes your melee.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I was literally out of that.
yeah, I was a bit too
Fuck
close.
you, game.
1, 2... Alright, so I need to move away on the 3rd. 1, 2, 3,
No. No dying. Illegal.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the mechanic I was worried about.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
Oh my god.
She's great wings. Ha! A wicked
You
little
bitch!
eye.
Had to move right when I was gonna use my fucking one
Where the
attack.
fuck do I go from here? Oh, okay. So it's that narrow of a line. Cool.
That's
Stay here
why.
for now.
Okay.
Move over here. And then back the other way. Left side.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh. Fuck.
I got it. Yep.
I wasn't 100% aware of what made it left or right side.
How's this?
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I'm so confused.
Left.
What the? I am so sorry.
Yeah.
I was so...
My, the challenger went down hard.
Card of light out.
They're back on their feet. What grit? They're still in it, but for how long?
I'll erase you.
Oh.
Where the fuck are you going, guys? Oh, I can't move any further back. That was mundane. I just want to say that was Mundane's fault for getting hit with so much damage.
Yeah, they lived. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Be gone.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, I got hit by one. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't quite. Okay. Can stay here for now. And then gotta move. Bring her more towards the center. We're good still.
Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
Oh, she's doing her cannon thing again after I just did the...
Certified Panhomer moment.
Well, time for the soft enrage.
This is obviously meant for a paladin to do that. I feel like paladin would have the most fun with that one.
They'd flick it and then immediately go back to their rotation.
I cannot. I must not lose.
I still love that they put this in the normal.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have a soft enrage in the fucking normal mode. Like,
Almost
bruh.
there. Whee!
Needs to hit harder though.
I was able to Beyblade that one.
I think, like, honestly, like, that would have been... The thing that would have been cooler about that is if she got a damage up for the second one.
What do you mean a damage up?
Like,
Wicked thunder.
basically, if she got a buff to her damage for the second time she did the fucking... The charge laser.
Oh.
That would have been fucking awesome. If it, like, that would have been funny if they had it where it had a second one.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you get both sets of the chest and pants from this, honestly, because then you can have a chest and pants as well.
I doubt it, but let's see.
We'll see.
Nope.
Until next
Nope. Pass. One.
By the way, folks,
Oh,
thank you
I didn't need to.
for the emergency heals back then.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay, so
I'm sorry for the DCing.
you'll at least get your other. You'll at least be able to get your other accessory.
Yep.
For now.
You're safe.
Literally.
Thank goodness. But for your actual triumph,
Yeah.
it seems you have the stuff to succeed even in the upper division. I was hoping to have a word with you, Tro, but she's disappeared again. There's nothing else to do for her, so let's head back to the gym. Pyromaniac! Thank you
saw
for
that
the
boss, I'm like-
follow!
What was that, Volk?
As soon as I saw that boss, I'm like, oh, he's gonna have a field day with this one.
It's an amazing design, okay? Horse!
Yeah, you would say that.
You as the Viper, good game. Oh, thank you so much, Viper. Sorry that I like had a DC moment early on in the match because I was so confused by like the circle descending stuff. I was panicking when it went down a second time and you know died on that one there because of all the blah 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 because of all the vulnerability stacks. There we go. So yeah.
Yeah.
They should have. Oh, they should have called the damage up horsepower. Damn it!
Yeah, they
that
should
would
have.
been perfect. Yeah,
Oh,
they
now I'm
have a
angry at
damage
them.
up. They could have had a damage up during that fucking soft enrage. That would have been fucking awesome.
I say that because I've had runs during that while you're a sage, your co-healer dies, and you're in full panic mode trying to keep everyone alive. Well, the sage is for shields, right? The sage is just... She is not, like, proper heals.
Well, here's the thing, Sashera.
Excuse?
I've been in runs where we literally have skipped that fucking soft enrage. Like
Also, Sarah said scholar, not sage.
Oh, scholar, sorry. I thought it was sage for some reason.
Sage can output disgusting heals.
Yeah,
Hmm.
sage
yeah,
is
Sage
great.
would be Sage would be SGE for Sage.
Hmm.
Also, sage does insane heals. It's my favorite healing class. That's not astrologian.
Honestly, like my picks for healers is White Mage Sage. Any day.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Like it's just no contest for me.
I'm relieved you're unharmed, Grant. But what a shock it was to see Eutrope again, and in that manner.
Shock.
What are you doing here? Oh good, everyone's first time in that fight was chaotic. Yeah, I had a much easier time with the bee than I did, that one. Enjoy the story. Alright, gotta go. Not to worry. Thank you so much for the follow, Pyromaniac. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Well, no matter. I'm not here to fight you, but to talk to my sisters. Good, because we have a mountain of questions for you. Why did you disappear without a word? What exactly have you been doing all this time? I'll explain everything in due course, but if you want to live, Yana, you need to give up fighting right now. What? Why? Because if you repeatedly transfigure your flesh with a feral soul, you'll eventually develop psychonecrosis, an irreversible disease where your own soul degrades. Once it's begun, it's too late. All you can do is await death, like me. I don't know why, the first thought in my head is, so don't use the regulators and you'll die. Overuse the regulators and you will die. This can't be true. I knew there were risks, but isn't that why fighters are immortalized? So we can get out before it's too late? Yana, have you ever met one of the immortalized? The life of comfort promised at retirement is just a lie woven to exploit us and cover up our deaths. But I remember them all. How can that be if they're all dead? Rather than to new homes, the fighters are taken to a secret facility. There, the regulators are removed and they are kept in confinement until they die. Without the regulators fitted, Everkeep's system have no way of detecting their death, nor of preserving their memory. I have noticed changes to my body, and so decided to seek the counsel of the immortalized, and when I snuck into the president's office to ascertain their whereabouts, I discovered the sordid truth. I feared I would become another victim if I remained, and so I disappeared, and began searching for a cure to the illness. Did you find one? In theory, the remedy is another person's soul, but an ordinary one won't do. No, it has to be surpassingly dense. Like yours. I bear you no ill will, but you're my only hope of survival. I kind of want to survive as well, personally speaking, Eutrope. Rather than ambush you in the city and cause a disturbance, I challenged you in the ring, certain I would claim my prize. I knew the president wouldn't pass by the opportunity for a thrilling match, but I had become weaker than I realized. That's the only reason we're having this conversation now. Next time, I will have your soul. Jesus Christ. Wait, Eutrope. Even if it's to save yourself, you can't just take the soul of another. It isn't right. That's easy for you to say. You don't live with the acknowledge that every single moment your soul is being eaten away. Hello, Mateme. Forgive my intrusion. I'd come to see how you were faring after your sister's sudden appearance, but I feared I've overheard something most distressing. So you didn't know either, despite your position in the Ascension Arcadia? Had I known, I assure you, I would not commentate with such enthusiasm. It was in the belief that our fighters were safe that I enjoyed my work. There's only one thing to do. We make the truth public and stop the fights. I don't want anyone else to suffer. Oh no, that is the worst thing we could possibly do! The president shows no mercy to those who get in his way. Should we go public with this secret, no one would be safe. Not you, or me, or any of the fighters. The Eutrope have kept silent, I suspect, is because she understood this. Dazzy's current theory is that the final boss for this raid will be the younger sister. No, I reckon the final boss of this raid is gonna be the president. the final boss to this raid is no doubt going to be the president. Like, considering it's a case of like, oh, the president's been orchestrating this, the president is aware of that, but somehow the president, at the tippy top of all this nonsense, is not, you know, suffering under the thingamadiggy of like the whole, oh, dying kind of thing. Because she's talking about how, oh, you survive if you absorb a stronger person's ordinary soul. And it's like, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like the earlier editions of these fights that didn't have feral souls involved. It sounds like our character, GrantZeebs, in this current ring of fighting, which the president is totally interested in doing. And if he's able to have us, you know, face off against the formal heavyweight and succeed, then clearly the president is interested in us and will no doubt, you know, try to take it from us. I do think we're gonna fight the little sister maybe once, but I don't think it's gonna be like a major battle. It's gonna be like one of the, you know, the second or third fights. In hindsight, it is because he's such a ruthless man that he could cover up the disease. I believe we have but one resource. Grant, you must rise to the very summit of the Arcadian and become the Grand Champion. You see, the Grand Champion is granted access to all the souls in our repository. While it won't be the intended purpose of this privilege, you would be at liberty to release them. By thus getting rid of all feral souls left, the ferals would no longer be at risk. With the skills you've displayed thus far, I have faith that you can do it. That was my intention anyway. Good, good! Now, it would garner suspicion if I lingered too long, so I shall take my leave, if you'll excuse me. And the rain is slowly getting heavier. As you'll recall, I can't fight in any matches for a while, and given what I know now, it's just as well, but I'll of course continue to support you as best I can. At the same time, Nanuni and I will undertake our own research for a cure of psychonecrosis. There has to be a way to save our sister without sacrificing you, or anyone else for that matter. How have we not seen, like, a reflection of Y'shtola? Legitimate question. How have we not seen a reflection of any of the, like, the scions? To be honest, I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything. I put on a brave face, nice for Nayuni's sake, but the truth is I'm terrified. I'm really glad to have you with us in this. This has become more than just a fighting competition, but for the sake of our goal, we'll have to go along with it. So come and find me here when it's time to begin your cruiserweight campaign. Oh yeah, the next raid thingamadiggy is available for us technically, isn't it? Because it's patch 7.1?
Nope.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, wait, what raid are you talking about?
The, so, the second arc of the normal.
Oh.
Oh,
No, that's not out yet.
Oh, okay. I believe a proper introduction is in order. My name is Gabro, and I am a cartoonist. That is, a storyteller in the medium of the art. Oh my god, we have a fucking artist! Look at this man. Is that a look of inspiration? Or Van Gogh depression do we see?
Van Gogh depression.
That's Van Gogh depression? Alright, it's a Van Gogh depression. Cartoonist, can't even have a good time. Most of my work are inspired by the battles in the Arcadian, and I'd love nothing more than to chronicle the journey of the unstoppable upstart. I shall make myself available nearby for when you have a moment to share your tales. Ah, and we talk to him to get the savage stuff, don't we?
Yes.
Gabro's work are tremendously popular in Solution 9, and the fact he wants to make a story about you is proof of your own popularity. You could do worse than to have a chat with him. In fairness, it's widely thought a section of the Elpis area with a bunch of side quests is the Scion's souls as ancients. Ah, okay. Alright, so do I want skill speed or tenacity?
Tenacity.
Tenacity? Okay.
The truthful answer is none of the above, but
Yeah.
Because they're
no.
not strong enough. Ooh, pick on someone
just not-
your own size. Who's...
Needed?
What's that?
Mm.
Complete
Kill
the
speed
Necrotic
can
Witch.
be.
Ah, okay, so it's just a simple one. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. Yep, skip. Da, da, da. Hopefully his inspiration will be improved. A new high-end duty has been added to the raid finder for Sun, Sky, and Sea. Dun. Alrighty. And then we've got something in the neighborhood, which is obviously for the next quest. Neon Stein. Okay. Yeah, so this is my best gear. Wait, do I have enough accessories to... I can replace one of them.
Yeah,
you
you only
go
need
get
one
your ring.
accessory to. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, go grab your other ring.
Light Heavy Hollow Blade.
Just hold on to that. That allows you to buy the 720 the weapons.
Radio.
Are they reached
Yeah.
4 yet, or are they still 7?
It's 4.
Okay.
I could technically buy one. I just haven't yet because I'm waiting. I'm going to be getting my boots for tank next week. I'm debating if I want to grab the weapon next, but I kind of feel like I should get the rest of my other left side first, maybe?
I wonder if there's a way to change the party out from Crossworld to... Yep.
Convert.
Yep. Unable to convert. Party members are in different areas. Of course they are. Alrighty.
I'm literally just playing Dead by the Arcadian.
Well, it's probably fucking Velk who's not. Who's in
I'm fishing.
way different area. I just heard my mom get scared.
I'm getting a blockheads anyway.
Alrighty.
You catching anything good?
No.
Yeah, get the
Aw.
ring.
There we go.
And then you will be set for now in terms of gear.
Yep. Cool. So that puts me at 701. So... And then what do I have in terms of... So I got 309 in the aesthetics.
Yeah, go ahead and, or actually, yeah, come instead of. I wouldn't do that. I'd just come over here and fucking upgrade one of your accessories for now, and then you can upgrade the other one. Actually, yeah. So before you do it, back out of there, and take off one of your one of those 2 green accessories. Because you can't have it equipped right now when you're doing that.
Yeah, just give me a sec. I need to figure out which one I can... There we go.
Okay, so now talk to them.
But I need to do
And
it...
you'll go to accessory.
I need
Or well, yeah, grab 2 of those first.
Oh, no, I can't, because I need 3... Oh, wait, yeah, it only costs 100. I'm an idiot. And then purchase, and then high quality accessory.
High quality accessories, yep.
So...
Now trade that in. Yep.
And then...
And then you'll go to accessories. In the... No, same person. It's the same one.
Oh,
At the top there.
It is. And then...
Accessories. And then you can just sort for tank and grab that same thing, which was the
Waistband.
Yeah, the bracelet. And there you go. Now you'll be even higher item level once you equip that.
702. Update. There we go.
Yep. And then you'll be able to get another 720 from the Alliance raid.
Mm-hmm.
Once we go into that.
So, yeah, because of that thing there. Alrighty. what's the plan for next? Let's see. It's 12:21. Let's do a party finder. Oh, looks like someone is doing first time completion, trying to unlock all Endwalker complete. Can we go through this one, please?
Yeah. Sure.
Well,
sure.
if we're gonna do that, hold on. Or well, there is enough space.
Wait, there is enough space.
There's
Yeah.
one remaining. God damn you. Ah.
And yeah, if we're gonna do this, we might as well just normal queue.
Yeah, the normal queue is actually pretty fast.
Yeah,
It's
because
very near.
because you have to think we're gonna have to get
22 minutes.
quite a few people.
So yeah, if it gets to like 12:45 or 1 o'clock, I'm gonna have to like end the stream because I have plans with my dad in the afternoon, and that means I have to like get a shower, get changed, and clean up my apartment a little bit in case he decides to be like, oh hey, can I use the bathroom really quick and have a look around?
Well, if it makes you feel any better, take a look at the party currently.
What? Oron, Savage.
We are literally missing 1 tank and 5 DPS.
So yeah, because we're not like waiting, we're not in a queue, we're not like 2 or 3 or something. It's like, nope, we're at the top and we're trying to pull members now. So. Dun, 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 dun. What can I do? Oh, I know what I can do. I should have done this like way sooner when I was going through all those thingies. I should have picked up my latest wondrous tales.
Oh, you're supposed to do
Thank you,
that.
Code the Yoshi, for the 38
Because it
month
expired
tier
and I
one
never picked
sub.
up a new one, and considering like knowing my luck, which it won't be a terrible thing because I can definitely do it like after stream or something like, or after I come back from the what's mahoozies, the thank you so much, Code, for the subscription, by the by. 38 months, god damn. But yeah, after I got back from the movies and shit, which will most likely be in the afternoon since I'm not streaming tomorrow and what have you, I can, yeah, oh, it's expired, so I need to receive a new journal. There we go. All right. Alliance raids from Heaven's Ward, Endwalker, Coils of Bahamut, fuck you, Aiden's Verse, I can do those. Oh my god, look what was in there. M3 or M4. And then we got Thok Est Thought, Minstrel's Ballad, and Pool of Tribute Extreme. And then we got Cloud Deck, Heidelin's Call, Deep Dungeons, and the Crystalline Conflict. Alright, so that one we'd have to do synced. These two we can do unsynced. Pool of Tribute, yeah, you can do that unsynced as well. You only need like 4 people. Cloud Deck, bit tricky, but that can be unsynced. You can't do Heidelin's Call, the Minstrel Ballad one, as unsynced, can you?
You can.
Oh, you can?
It's just still gonna be difficult.
You just need a full party again. Just because of its mechanics?
Yeah, we would want a full party to be able to kill it quicker.
Yep. Alright. Fair enough, sees. I'd make it so it's like, oh, you have to be at least 99 or something to get in. Oh, our DPSs went down. We lost one. So, shame. Also, alright.
Good that we're looking for DPS out of all things.
Ding, dong, Thanalan, head to the gold saucer next. So I can't get to any of my summoning bells to store things because I'm in a different world, and I knew that when I sent them on the 17-hour nonsense. Let's go gambling! Let's see. Alright, so that's a 4 there. Is there a better one? 72, 108, 54, 108. Yeah, no, I was about as good as I could get. Nah, that would have been a better one. Or that one. I've gotten a scratcher with like 10,000 before. Ah, you bastard. I did get one time I did get a 10,000, but it was off stream, so it doesn't really count in the winnings. Triple try it, trader. Here you go. So close to. Oh, there's a hang on a second. Registrable thingamadiggies? Is it this? Hang on. Archon Throne, no. There's like something cheap with like 50,000 on it. Ponytails, curls. Fancy beverages, here it is. And then Favnarian Dance. The Gold Dance. The Bee's Knees. Four-armed is well-armed. Easily at ease. And then we've got the faces you can wear. Each of these are like 90k radio. Yeah, oh, hang on. I can discard that. Fuck it. But yay, I can now do... Oh, look at me, chat! You know what? While it's... Oh my god, that's code in the background. Code. Poke. Shake. Drink. No, don't you run away from me! Don't you run away from me, Code! I see you! I fucking see you right there! Get back here! Get back here!
What in the Scooby-Doo?
What in the Scooby-Doo? No, I can't do Primal Rend in front of him. I love how I see the little thing that says he snapped his fingers.
He's my boss. They can't see me.
How's it going, Code?
Yeah, good. I thought I covered. I was doing the novice thing, so I thought, yeah, I might as well come and see if I could sneak up on you and be annoying.
Nah. But yeah, look at this.
And I've got the.
Also, speaking of shake drink, I am going to fill up my thingamadiggy for my protein shake since I'm waiting for a tank and 2 more DPSs.
Yeah, I can't really join you in that one that you're doing.
Yeah, I know. become a
Um.
big time Final Fantasy XIV streamer, apparently, because that's all I'm known for.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I put all the rings, the new ring that I got on for everything.
Oh, nice.
Well, I grabbed the Neophyte's ring
Yeah, the
from the
one
duty
for to
roulette.
help. Yeah, to help level up everything from 60. Up
Yeah,
until 60, rather.
so that'll help me get much further. Because a
Also,
lot of my
I would
other...
say, with your brand new ring and your Neophyte's ring, anything below level 30, it'll stack with.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Don't mind me as I just shake my
Actually,
drink.
no, could they stack
Sure.
with Nymphilea's earring as well?
Yes.
Yeah. So I've got the Azurum's earring, as well as Minfilia's earring. But for most of the part, I just need it for the ones I don't have at level 30,
All right, one final shake.
which is quite a fair few.
Not too bad.
Well, the next one I need to get up to level 30 is Warrior, and then I gotta do Conjurer after that.
Conjure should be pretty easy to do.
Does the Neophyte's ring have a level limit where it's like you have to be at least level 30 or 50?
Nope, level 1.
Nice. That's brilliant. So
Also, if you do any content below that level, even if you're personally level 90, but you're stuck in a level 60 or below dungeon, it'll still trigger. Because you're synced to level 60.
oh, interesting. So that's pretty good if you're like stuck in, say for example, you're about to do an MSQ duty roulette. You just slip on the level 60 ring and then nice. Oh no, that wouldn't really help too much, would it? Because you don't get experience from battle. You get them because of completion, don't you? Or
No, you still get them from the fights.
yeah, but is it rewarded to you as like fight XP or is it rewarded to you as completion XP?
Basically, so you know, like Praetorium.
Yeah.
Basically, as an example, like you know when you fight the Colossus, when you fight Nero, and when you fight Gaius during Praetorium, those 3 fights will give you XP.
No. I know they give you XP. There's like, but what I'm asking is that it's the method of XP because there's like quest completion
And
XP.
that's combat.
Sorry.
That's the correct experience. You will still get it triggered.
Okay, so it is a combat experience.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, because that's what I remember is that you got gatherer experience, crafter experience, fighter experience, and then you got quest / completion experience. Because like your rings and what have you, or your earrings, don't affect like quest turn-ins and such like that. They only affect when it's like, oh, combat. Or, you know, I think for the level 90 rings they affect what's Mahuzi? Hang on, let me double check my earring actually. Oh, it's just an overall 30. Yeah, it's just a 30% increase. Nice.
So now
Yeah,
I'd be
the
getting...
10K.
So that means I'm getting... so currently as a warrior, I'm getting 30, 30, 30. So I'm getting 90 as a warrior currently to build up to level 60. Or until level 30, in which case then I'm getting...
Well, don't forget, you're also getting 100% XP increase because of the armory bonus as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you're getting like...
Wait, what armory bonus?
So when you're under level 90, under level 90 and any like if you have a class that is higher than the level of your... So if you have any classes that are lower than your highest level, you get an armory bonus. I think it procs like once you hit any of your classes. I don't think it matters if you hit maximum on the current patch or not. It's just the fact that, say for example, I had like, you know, like a level 60 white mage and then I wanted to try, you know, Astrologian. The Astrologian would get an armory bonus because it's not yet at the level of the white mage. It's like
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's like 50% when it's like 10 levels away, and it's 100% if it's like if it's greater than 10 levels away. I think that's how the armory bonus goes. Anyway, back to warrior. Turn on my defiance. So. No, we don't need to do a party finder.
Oh, it would be slower than this.
Possibly, yeah, you're probably right. So yeah, we're only missing like 2
Well-
DPSs right now.
3 DPS.
Yeah. It's cutting it close.
Who's eating Lay's chips?
It's not chips, it's popcorn.
Uh-huh. Who's eating Lay's popcorn?
Lay's does not make popcorn.
How do you know they don't make popcorn?
Because that's not in Lay's like repertoire. They don't do like bagged popcorn, or that's like the companies that do bagged popcorn are explicitly like popcorn like brand and what have you. Unless you're talking about like, because I don't think Lay's is at the level of like Mars, for instance. They're not like Mars Confectionery where they're like in everything. I'm pretty sure.
A-Time did
Have you-
popcorn.
Sorry.
A-Time did popcorn. Actually pretty good.
No, sorry. Repeat yourself. What has done popcorn?
The Golden Gaytime people. They did Golden Gaytime popcorn. No meme. I will send it to you.
Griffin Marvel's Golden Gaytime popcorn? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, but it's not... Give me a minute to, like... Let's see. Who is this trademark to? Griffin's Marvels. So yeah, it's got nothing to do with Streets. So hang on a second. Give me a minute. This is... Alright, this is... Streets. Paddle Pop. Because as far as I understand... Created by Streets. It's owned by Unilever. Oh my god. Okay, you guys want to hear about the most boring fucking mega corporation? Unilever. They are fucking huge, and it's so, like, it's boring how huge they are, because it's just, they're in so many different things, and you're just sort of like, what the fuck? Like, Jesus. Hang on, let me see, like, brands. Oh my god, here's the full list. So, condiments and extracts. Look at this. So you got Animo, Anamora, Amarat, Best Foods, Becetta, Bovril, Brook Bond, Calv, Charat, Coleman's, Conomex, Continental, Fel, Fruco, Globos, Good Humor, Hellman's, Jawara, Keepap, Bango, Kisan, Klondike, Knorr, Lady's Choice, Kisti, Lao Chai, Lipton, Magnum, Malay, Marmite, Melee, Popsicle, Robertson, Royco, Saga, Salsa, Lozano, Sarawangi, Sir Kensington, Slots, Talent, Torkex, Turin, Sinapi, Unox. Now on to their desserts. Heartbrand, Algira, Ben & Jerry's, Breyers, Calipo, Darok, Eskimo, Frigo, Frisco, Fudgesicle, GB Glance, Good Humor, Grom, HB, Heluxi, Hollanda, Igman, Imarco, Kibon, Klondike, Kwalakiwal, La Fuente, Lagnasa, Luso, Magnum. For some reason, they listed some of the foods and confection in the desserts twice. Miko, Nogger. That does not sound right. Langanese. Oh my goodness. Ola, Pinguino, Popsicle, Salukta, Saru, Streets, Talenti, Walls, Weiss, Yasso. Other foods include bagel, graze, nor, cur, kefli, click, mez, my, clip, popti, pafani, pot noodle, pot rice, seal teat, Seal test, sorry. The vegetarian
Teat.
Seal test. It's a milk brand. The vegetarian butcher, Telma, Unilever Food Solutions. So that's for like professional markets. Beverages, Boost, Brew, Buvita, Horlicks, Jif, Lipton, T2, and Sarawangi. Home care. I love how it says all, which is a laundry detergent brand, except for the United States. Alla, Baba, Baden, Balin, Biotex, Breeze, Blue Air, Brillante, Sif, Cocolino, Comfort, Coral, Domestos, Deja, Darrow, Listform, Minerva, Malto, Neural, Omo, Persil, Quicks, Rin, Rinzo, Robgin, Skip, Snuggles, Sunlight, Superpel, Surf, Surf Excel, Viso, Vexel, Wheel, Whipple. Now on to the beauty, well-being, and personal care. This is the part of the company that I was, familiar with. I knew Luna Viva was like for women's hygiene and such like that brands. AHC, Anderlon, Avius, Axe, Ayush, Baby Dove, Abadas, Block and Glow, Brisk, Brood, Brill Cream, Imkamai, Caress, Citra, Clear, Clinic Deodorant, Close Up, Cream Silk, Dawn, Dermalogica, Dimension, Dove Men Care, Dove Nutritive Solutions, Dove Spa, Dr. Kaufman, Doshdas, Escanol, Fizan, FDS, Flucaril, Gezi, Glow and Lovely, Good Morning, Hazeline, Hijab Fresh, Hourglass Cosmetics, Impulse, Inhulakaha Soap and Oil, K18, Kate Somerville Skincare, Korea Glow, Lakme Cosmetics, Lever 2000 Soup, Lifebuoy, Liral, Living Proof, Linic, Love Beauty and Planet, Lux, Master, Métis, Metandant, Mist, Namera, Neural, Nux. The list goes fucking on! This is a mega corporation living in the modern day. Oh, hang on, the thingamadiggy popped. I swear to Christ if someone pulls out at this point. I nearly went for the entire brands of under Unilever. Everyone thinks like, oh, mega corporations are going to be like Osaka Technologies or Jacobs, where it's going to be like heavy military arms and shit. No, the multi-corporations are going to be things that are going to be outside of war. And if they want to get into war, they'll probably have way too much money than sense. And that's the mega corporation, is people like Unilever, where it's like, how the fuck do they have the time and the money for all that shit? Ow, fuck!
Oh, right, forgot to warn you, this place flashbangs you.
Ow!
By the way, this place flashbangs you.
Oh, there's a lot of people there in you.
Yep. It's gonna be good.
I'm glad I'm a red mage.
I think you might be the main tank, Grant.
What? Please, no!
Come on, just main tank, it'll be
Oh
fun.
no, we do have someone else who is willing to main tank. Okay. They put their stance on. Alright. Welcome to your first.
Current content.
Aw,
Online,
Adam
yeah.
James didn't do a profile. How dare they? What incarnations? They didn't do anything for their profile. Oh, someone's already dead.
A few people. This bodes well.
Was it any from our team?
Nope.
Okay. Oh, hey, it's cool.
Careful. That girl is stronger than she looks.
This is a shard,
I'm
isn't
gonna
it?
fucking die. This is Final Fantasy XI.
Yep.
All right, let's see. Nice. All right.
This is gonna be interesting because my co-healer is new.
Big fat knuckle sandwich.
She sounds like fucking Brat.
Here we go.
Oh shit!
Oh, it's targeting you, Grant.
Yep. Okay.
For it. Wait for it.
You remember what we did?
Alrighty. Yep.
You sure do.
All you've got.
Alrighty. So we need a. So that's 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines. Okay.
Ah, so you went through the variant dungeons with him.
I wasn't sure if he'd remember.
Honestly, no.
Uh-oh, Stinky.
We need a. Where's our tank? Like I remember.
Well, I saw that and I was like, oh, like when I saw that mechanic there, I was like, oh shit, taking fucking mechanics from the variant dungeons?
Well, isn't that the point? Is like the variant dungeons are a trial of like, you know, mechanics, and whatever succeeds and fails.
I'm
Well,
gonna
it's
jump
just-
off, guys, because I was mostly here just to poke Grant and do the novice things.
Not to worry. Thank
Okay.
you so much
Have
for
fun.
dropping in for a little bit as we chase after you in the gold saucer.
Not bad at all.
No worries. I'll talk to you all later.
Oh,
There.
just getting started.
Okay. Oh, I think I saw this as a GIF. Oh shit. There we go.
Wait for it.
2. Oh, what the fuck? Hang on.
Auroral uppercut.
Ah!
See anyone getting hit by the spikes?
Don't you mean to?
Just working up an appetite.
I didn't know there was like another section we could have.
Acid power of Altana.
I love that spike animation. It's too funny.
It is fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Wait, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
So am
Oh fuck.
Ah, damn it.
It just makes me laugh. The fucking
Just
little,
leaping
like,
up in
jump
the air.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
You ready for this?
Which, from what I remember for the Hrothgar, you clutch your ass.
Yeah, the Viera clutches their ass as well. Alright. So 1,
Wait for it.
2.
Wait
Oh, you. There. There we go. I hopefully did it the right location. Oh, Aura, no!
I've been dead a while. I was razzing people.
Ah, okay.
I got you.
Alright, let's do that to try and... 3.
Oh yeah, this is a multi-hit.
one of these.
Oh, wait, who's...
Now we're having a party.
There we go. I was like, who's Faye Aura? And then like, that wasn't a blue.
Serious.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll get this person.
Wait for it.
Or never mind. Somebody else already got them.
Oh, hello. Never mind. Savage! Savage!
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just gonna dash out here to safety. I'm gonna try to scooch in to give people some healing. I'll have to grab that other, my co-healer.
I got him. Well, no, I don't. I don't have enough MP.
I got it. I have a free res anyway, so
Oh,
I'm good.
Oh.
Here.
Grant, I need you to do me a favor.
What do you need me to do?
Don't die. Please don't die.
Okay, okay. 2, 3. Alrighty then. Ooh, I did shake it off just in time. Hey, we all got
I will
it.
fucking heal them. Toss them some healing. Afflitus misery.
Flood of mortal existence.
Oh, Grant. Invuln,
Ah.
invuln. Oh, never mind. You're alive. Somehow. I don't know how you survived that, Grant. I'm placing my fucking bell down for this.
I did hit the invul, but like it was after the hit, which is probably because all I did was bloodwetting. Which one's Jetsu? Okay, Jetsu is the other what's-a-mahoozies. Cool.
I'm just gonna save it for the healers for now. 'Cause this could kill.
2. Yep, 2. Awesome.
And I'll admit, I'm somebody who's done, like, I would say do not worry about me, Grant. I am somebody who's done some pretty hard content when it comes to this game, so I know what the hell I'm doing. And I've also gone through this already.
Yep.
Nullifying dropkick.
It got Venn diagrammed, and I wasn't moving.
Come on, come on.
There's no way you have her blessing too.
Oh, I haven't heard that
Oh!
line before.
Oh!
Huh,
This wasn't how it was supposed
oh, there's no way you have her
Interesting.
blessing too.
I've a bow.
Huh? Yeah, I did not hear that one the first time I went through this.
Huh.
So how many people here have played 11 before?
Not me.
Not really.
Not really.
So do you just want to know a fun fact?
Do tell.
She's actually far more of a potty mouth than that.
Ah, okay. Damn. Two
Like, she
things,
swears
and
like a sailor.
none of them were
Oh,
Fendi
right.
related.
By the way, if you get a piece of gear here, that's it. That's your lot for the week.
Yeah, that's why I passed on everything, because it was all scouting and striking
Yeah.
shit.
I would
Yeah.
say, yeah, Grant, I would say if the pants come up, try to go for the pants or the helmet. That's what I would say.
Pants or helmet. Got it.
Or chest.
Yeah, those would be
near
your
the end.
best
Looks
ones.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad, but I know that the tome chest is better.
Oh, hang on. There we go.
Yeah, the cap tome chest is actually better. Is technically better for tanks. That's why I said helmet or pants.
Yeah, because, well, I also need a chest, don't I? Or, oh no, you're saying for best of gear slot, helmet or pants.
Yeah, for like what would be better, the pants and the helmet would be a good idea. Pants preferably because that'll give you a pretty big stat bump.
I sense something up ahead. Something big.
Yep. Alright.
Because chest and pants are always the biggest stat bump.
Yep. Alrighty, ready, check
So
again.
yeah, I'm not gonna say shit. I was thinking about mentioning about one of his attacks, but now I'm gonna let you just figure it out see if
Good
you
luck.
can figure it out.
Thank you.
Because I know it fucked with me initially. That's my target one. I'm kind of curious.
Raises his tail.
Oh my god, my target one is literally the fucking... My asylum is as big as his hitbox.
That is, yeah.
I don't know.
It literally
Which tank
fits
pulled
right
that around?
on the inner side of his hitbox.
Oh, where do we go from here?
I think out? Yeah, that's an out. Okay. Good to know.
Oh, I don't have the true north stacks for this. We need him turned around.
Yeah.
Oh.
the mechanic I was thinking about mentioning. Cause
Oh,
cause you.
Yep, and then we need
Now
to
out.
you put your left foot in, you put your right foot out, you put your
I
left
wasn't
foot
far
in.
enough out. Damn. And both of the healers got it. Oh, this is fucked.
I fainted for you.
Oh, ow, that's gonna fucking hurt. I am not staying in that right now. Ow.
Oh, I accidentally
Oh.
packed the... I was meant to hit Reprisal, but I accidentally hit Rampart, so now I've used both. I'm just trying to make it so that you guys don't get hurt during that stage kind of stuff.
Ooh!
Get...
Tank, get away
Why?
from me!
Oh, you don't want to stick around with me?
I was like, I don't know who the heck that is that's next to me, but get the fuck away.
Fanalis back up if you can top them up.
Sorry.
Yep, I got him. Would be nice if people brought these together.
Oh, okay. Bring them together? They're not a mechanic for, you know, pain?
No, it's literally just, we have to just kill them.
Alrighty then.
Off time.
Oh! Pfft.
My
I've heard of her.
uptime.
I
That shouldn't have hit me.
wasn't paying attention, I'm sorry. You're gonna need a backup tank at some point because there's only one
Yes,
left.
Pico.
I'm trying to stay
You
alive
do not
right
need to
now.
stand in melee range.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Oren.
Bop. Shit, I need to get over here. Ooh, I got over there quick enough. Oh, thank fuck. Thank
I'll
fuck
offer you
I
a
got over
feint
here
in this
quick
crying
enough.
time, and that's it.
2, 3,
Oh, yep, I'm dead.
4.
Yeah.
You're back up.
You're powered up. Get in there.
I'm just literally gonna betting myself the moment I'm up. I'm in middle.
All dragons are the same.
Just do that to get a regen on everybody.
Get onto the outside.
Yep. Yep. Gotta get out.
Alright, I'm MP-less for a while, so...
Oh my god, Grant.
Sorry,
Fucking hell.
I was hitting my bloodwetting just as you did that.
You're good. I just saw your health get low and I was like,
Do I need to avoid these guys exploding? Not exactly.
Oh, they're dead again. What's he doing?
there we go.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh, middle.
I didn't interpret that correctly.
Yeah, that one's literally just be inside of his hitbox.
Yeah, I thought it was the landing one. That's the landing one.
mean this one?
Yeah. Where's the
Where's
opener?
the safe spot?
there's the-
Okay,
there's-
right here.
Oh, Jesus!
Oh, I'm getting hit by that.
Yeah, I got concussed. Let me. Come on. Oh, you gotta be
Faint in
shitting.
this trying time.
Ugh. I was concussed.
you're dead.
Yeah, I was concussed. I couldn't use the thingamadiggies.
Got him.
Thank you.
I am doing everything I can to keep people alive right now. Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun on this mechanic.
Shake it off. Hopefully that will be useful to some.
The regen's nice, the shield is nicer.
Ah.
I moved in for that. You're a bitch game. I was out of that. Ooh, fuck! I need to get here. Whoop!
I'm dead.
And move in.
Oh wait, I'm not. I live.
No, you're not. Not if I have anything to say about it. Literally, me and the other white mage just like, nope. Not if we have anything to say about that. Because I'm guessing they did a heal on you as well at the same
Yeah.
time.
I literally saw Lily. Whoop.
Or no, actually, no, that's fucking me on his head. Fuck. Wrong one. I'm going to have to heal this person. Okay, we got that. That works. Fuck yeah.
Teleportation.
I love being res mage.
Brace yourselves.
30 tomes of aesthetic from that. Oh, we're losing all of our bonuses.
So where are we now? And what are these floating ruins?
This reminds me of the Unsundered.
Let's see.
Healing
Healing pants, which I can't grab, and
Oh,
striking gloves.
Yep.
The back of them looks weird as well, anyway.
Yeah, let me see.
Like a
I
lift
didn't
up
really.
flap there.
Huh. I'll probably end up grabbing it like later on. I think after I get my, I think since I almost have all my tank shit. Yeah, after next week, I think I'll start gearing my healers from this.
Mm-hmm.
Considering they don't have the bet, like all they have is the 710 at the moment.
Yep.
Or I could go for something else actually, because I could just upgrade the 710 to 720 for now.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting spanked there, Grant. Damn.
I had my blood wedding. I knew what I was doing.
You went to 20k.
Yeah.
I saw that, and I did, and I had a blood wedding, and enough people with the Menthral Tempest to survive. Did I die? No. Did I hear your Savage panicking? No.
Okay, also, Savage and Velk, do I have your permission to spoil a certain thing that will prevent wipes? Because we might need Grant to do it later.
Oh, you mean the
Oh,
interrupt?
get away.
Yes.
Yeah, there will be a point where you're gonna need to interrupt, Grant. So I hope you have. Yeah, good. You at least have that on your hotbar, which is good.
Yeah. I keep that motherfucking thing on me. There are still hunts that are helpful with that. Because I was doing a
Oh,
solo.
like that, please. Thank.
Oh, that one. Okay. So here, it's this one.
Panzer Faust.
It comes up. It comes
From
up again.
Yeah, from this point forward, keep an eye on your interrupt. You'll need it.
Alright, so it's interject or... Yeah, interject.
Interject,
Yeah,
yep.
it's interject.
Alrighty.
I would say try to wait a little and see if somebody else might use it, but if no one uses it by the time it gets like halfway, just use it.
Yep. Alright.
Especially for a lot of mechanics in the next bit. Teehee.
Do DPSs have an interject or interrupt?
Only
Fizz
range.
range do.
Yeah.
Fizz range do.
We don't...
So like machinist, bard, dancer, they have one.
Okay.
Well, we do have a machinist, at least.
We have a machinist there, and then
And a bard, actually.
We have a machinist and a bard, and then there's a machinist in Alliance A along with a dancer in Alliance C. So
We got a...
there's a good chance that somebody else might hit it.
Yeah, we got machinist and bard in ours, so...
We have 4 fizz range in the total raid, so
Yeah.
we should be good.
We're just waiting on, Jet.
And then of course the 3 tanks. So we have
Who am I aiming for?
7 people. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
Wait, are we going or guys?
Oh, hey,
There
I
you
got...
go. The one that you're tethered to.
Yeah, so just go for this one, the big Rogadin boy.
Yep. Archangel, what's Mahuzi's?
GK. Yeah.
GK. The one with the B.
Yep, I figured because we're beta.
Do not look towards that eye.
Yep, I still got hit with a vulnerability, unfortunately.
And get away from that circle.
Are you fucking getting me with this circle? Fuck you.
Ow, ow, the letter ow. He is attacking me. I'm sorry. I
Ah.
can't do anything about this.
Yeah.
Also, why is he... No, get back! Get back here, you bastard!
Consumed by the cowardice that binds
Oh,
you.
wrong one.
You can only do so much about it.
Ow.
Interrupt that, interrupt
Oh,
that. Somebody...
Meteor.
Which
Okay.
one?
Oh my
Someone did
god.
it. It's fine.
There's
Oh
3 of
my
them! I
God,
wasn't too
okay.
sure who to interrupt! Oh, I'm...
Fuck.
Spare a ray
Oh,
savage
stinky.
so I can help out.
I just sent one to Grant considering we need him up right now.
Which...
True.
I don't have bloodletting. I'm sorry.
I'm doing my best to keep you alive, Velk. Don't worry. On me.
Wait, am I the only red mage in the
Ow.
team?
Maybe.
In the party?
Maybe.
Oh.
We did not have enough people in that stack. Ow.
Guillotine... No. Oh, Jesus, are you fucking kidding me? Why am I so low on health? Fuck you. Why wasn't I getting
You're all
health?
dead Because
Why did... But I...
you're all dead.
No, but why was... I was attacking Archangel TT, and I wasn't getting health from him, and I... Ow.
Because you can't
Because
attack
that's
that
not
one.
your target.
You have to attack the GK
Spare
one,
res for
the
the
one that we were
Sea
on.
healer... Okay.
Okay, they rezzed me. I'll get you. Benny. Boom, boom.
Wait, is there enough people to do this mechanic?
I don't know.
Let's find out. Oh, by the way, the ninjas in FF11 explode. That much I do know.
I'm gonna be real with you. This one was
I will
painful.
do what I can to keep you up.
This one was painful. It
Thank
will
you.
take me several attempts to understand this one.
Yeah,
Thank you, Oren.
Just do your best to try to help with us rezzing everybody.
Also, you're going to be solo healing for this now. Good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, because oh, never mind. Interrupt the other one at the back.
Interject.
The one that's
Oh, you
not
can't.
shielding.
You can't. You cannot.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
You cannot
Wait,
interrupt
what?
him yet.
Oh,
You gotta kill the shield.
oh, you got...
That's fucking stupid. I didn't know that.
That's
I
not
didn't
stupid.
know
Omega went, fuck you.
Not just Omega, this is just how 11 raids work. I love it
Yeah.
like this.
That's literally bullshit. Why? Why does that fucking
Oh.
block the interject?
Because that's how it's always worked. That mechanic.
Yeah.
Every time.
That was
Like
fun.
like the guy's literally just doing passage of arms, which all that's like that makes no sense. That stops interject.
Move
Oh,
immediately.
we have a shittier... We have a shittier version.
Yeah, 11's one's actually fucking insanely bad. Oh,
Ah!
they already started the fight.
Somebody took a res right at the end.
Guess we're going in then.
GK?
Oh boy, I think I'm a tank.
Ah, yes, you are.
Get in
Yeah,
this
you are.
circle.
Oh, god damn you.
Whee, I'm a
At
tank.
this point, technically anyone can tank it.
Binds you.
Anyone can tank any of them, and we can hit all of them now.
No, we can
considering
only
it
hit
didn't
B.
lock us.
No, we can't.
No, we can't.
We can't.
No.
We can only hit B.
Oh, I didn't.
Twisted by the envy that
That's
drives
weird.
you.
It didn't show it for a bit. It didn't make it look like that initially.
Alrighty, arm's length that shit. Oh, wait, why couldn't I?
You were probably late on it.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing? What is-
Cowardice dismembers.
That. Oh no, that's just that
Guillotine.
part. Okay.
Oh, that keeps going. Very well.
Mm-hmm.
I can't
Have
make
you not
Guillotine do
done
that.
this?
Not really, no.
Bruh.
Alright, so
I
they
thought you had
disappeared, so
done
now
this.
there's just 2 of them.
Yeah, now it's just
Alright,
these,
let's focus on the one with the
Oh,
domain
finally.
slash, because he's gonna be fucking
Huh,
annoying.
that was worrying for a while.
Oh.
What's the mechanic
Hate
to
that.
do this one?
Don't worry about it right now. We just gotta.
Try and hit.
For now, it's just DPS.
Just try and hit this EV as much as we can, because if we don't get rid of this EV, then the
Yeah, then they're gonna get fucking. That's the one that does the block.
Yep.
You know what? I'm present. Fucking glare spamming.
Do I level
At
for
least
saving me?
Ah, you motherfucker. Wait, why didn't it let me target to attack? There we go. Don't know why it took so long. There we go, and then
Right, now we've got to interrupt the... Yep.
yep.
Envy and ghosts!
I'm just gonna go over here, considering this seems to be safe. Yep. This is just constantly safe. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which one is Rena? Jets. Okay. Why is this going for Ethan?
Hey guys, what are you doing over there?
This raid is so fucking fun. I'm gonna cry whenever they bring Chantanel.
I am not I'm not enjoying this one, I'm gonna be real with you.
Challenging, it's fun.
I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. And I use
Oh,
you
don't
think
worry.
Oh,
This
fuck!
is your first time. I fully expect no one to know what they're doing until they finish this for like
You shall be
the 3rd time in a row, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Hey,
stinky
hell, this is
meteor.
my 2nd time and I'm still
Okay.
fucking shit up. I might as well just spam AoE right now.
Wait,
I
it's
am
a black
sta-
mage that's a reaper?
Stiff files.
Cheating bitch.
Just gonna do my best to stay alive.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Oh, out of the way.
Yeah, I should not have been in that.
Why?
Fuck. And I should have used my invul. That would have been a better option than just like leaving me to. How are you guys doing? Painfully.
I love it. The pain feels so good.
Safe word, safe word, safe word.
Just gonna use my equilibrium real quick.
I got you.
cowardice dismembers.
Behind the Lullaville?
Yeah, I see him. I see him. I see him.
You know what? I'm just going to do the smart thing.
Apathy strikes.
Hey Velk, I don't know if you know this, but we should probably target TTB the most because he can heal them.
Which one?
Okay.
TT who?
Yep. The Lalafell, or Taru in 11 terms.
Okay.
Critic. Okay, that's been interrupted. Oh, it's a Reaper, Black Mage, White Mage? What the
Yep.
fuck?
So
Oh, it's
a
because
red mage.
11 you can cross skill. Actually,
I'm
no.
gonna play
It's
11
quite...
now.
Yeah, no. So in 11, for example, Velk, right? I am a Dark Knight, Red Mage, White Mage.
Is there Reaper in this game?
I think in the actual full version, I play on a modded world where you can play for free.
I I would 100% be down to try. I'm tanking. Help. Help, Potato.
Where are you? I can't fucking see you.
I'm just in the middle of them.
Interrupt, interrupt, interrupt. Okay, somebody got it.
Yep. Cookie for
Good,
YY.
good.
Hey, would you mind
It's
if I
probably
blind
the
you?
gunbreaker.
Go for it. Slice bang out.
Oh damn! Somebody Pictomancer already did it.
Oh, right. Potato. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just. Oh god, I couldn't fucking see a little bit there. Oh, get that
Thank
taken
you.
away from me.
Oh, this is so fun.
Oh, they're all.
I've got GPS for you.
Oh my god, they're all going for me. This is kind of. Oh, there's only one other tech. God fucking damn it. Oh, that's not ours. Fuck.
No, no. Bye. Mm-mm.
That's not. I thought that was one of our ninjas. We.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
I was doing everything I could to keep you up.
Yep. Oh my.
Oh, that was fun. Hey, by the way, they're a lot worse than 11.
Maiming and casting.
Maiming and casting.
Like, you just want to know a funny thing that all those characters had in 11?
What did they have in 11?
A skill called 1000 Fists. All their casts are instant for a certain period of time.
Welcome to the last boss, Grant.
Also, their auto attacks.
I
are
figured,
instant.
as it said, mapping the realm.
Also, I wish Enshroud looked like this.
Yeah. But you know, Velk, 11 is old school MMO, but very fun because you can cross-class.
14 used to have that as well, although it was hell for it.
Yeah.
Me, when I have to wake
they
up
make
for
it
work.
working.
Wait, haven't we fought this dude before in the darkness or something?
No?
Nope. This is an 11 only enemy.
Okay.
Come, mortals. Allow me to show you the depths of my hatred and your folly.
Oh yeah, does anybody need repairs?
Ugh.
Well, after last fight, my pants are pretty brown.
Hi, big DJ. We died like so many times. And now we're here. Coming to the end.
Alright,
Yes.
Grant, break his legs.
Rawr!
As I'm looking at you guys, come on, it's easy. I did this with the whole entire healer group. You can do it.
Yeah, because everyone needed to do the fucking heals. Oh, what the
glug, glug,
fuck?
glug, glug.
I am so lost. So he does like a big swat. Oh, nope. Okay, there we go.
Oh, that's bullshit. I should have been out of that.
I heard a Lalafell die, so I'm happy.
Trembles before my might. Frail mortals, I will tear your flesh and crush your bones.
Does Dark Knight look like this by any chance?
It looks cooler, honestly, in my opinion.
Flames of
Okay, I'm
hatred.
there.
Yeah, Dark Knight's pretty nice. It's pretty fun.
Oh no, 11 Dark Knight, I mean.
Why is it looking like this?
What do you think?
For fun.
Left of man but smoke and ash.
That's why. Okay.
Let the fires ride and rage. Kneel before me. Your demise shall portend the extinction of Altana's vile progeny.
What? That's not cool.
The darkness within me shall devour you all.
Oh, I popped my barrier too early. Damn it.
Because at least for our group, I have Lilybell up. Okay.
This insult, I will scour it away with your blood.
Damage burst time.
Give up your painful strivings.
What the fuck?
Your funeral dirge
He's so fucking cool.
mournful notes of your demise.
What the fuck is Terra Slash?
Wretched filth, return to the feculent birthed you.
I don't exactly have like a good.
It's just a heavy raid wide for context, Grant, there.
Oh, okay. I use my invul for that. I was scared. They're like, because it sounds like, oh, this sounds like something you need your tank thingy madiggy to perform.
Ah. I'm dead. Bye-bye.
Behold, as the spate of my
Now you're not.
rage quenches the candle of your trivial existence.
The fuck is that guy doing? And then forward. Yeah, I figured that one out. Oh no, that guy now has one. Fuck.
Yep. Hope you're paying attention.
No. And then... Oh, God.
Well,
What the fuck? I can't make heads or tails of this fucking shit.
all the healers are dying.
Vaunted justice.
Oh
That's
no!
a problem. And I was the only one with the
Oh
res.
no! Oh no! Every person who can heal is dead. Well, this is a wipe. I might as well respawn.
Yeah, it is.
I miss when
Especially
dungeons.
considering that stack.
Genuinely, I mean this in the best way possible. I missed whenever I could run into raids like this.
Yep. How are you finding this type of thing, Grant? Because this is what happens on launch day.
And especially with this fucking expansion. Because they tuned up the difficulty of shit, this expansion.
And I can tell you, it's only getting worse if this is the 11 stuff.
As long as they don't do the 18-hour fight, I'm in.
The 18-hour fight's in Eureka.
Wait, what do you mean?
The 18-hour fight is in Eureka.
Takes 18 hours to kill.
Yeah.
Legit 18 hours.
In 11, there's a fight that takes 18 hours to kill.
They had to tone
And
it down
that's-
because it actually killed people IRL.
Yeah, they made a diet version in 14 in Eureka. It's in specifically Baldessian Arsenal.
What do you mean BA is fucking easy?
Yeah, exactly. I said diet.
It's just punishing in the sense of like if you die, there's only very specific ways you can get rezzed. But as long as you don't die, it's fucking easy.
What? Yeah, just don't die, forehead. Yep, yep.
The mechanics themselves aren't really that hard. It's just not being stupid. And well, I'd say the worst part is like the trash mobs, is you just gotta be careful not to fucking pull something. That's the biggest thing I would say. As long as you make sure to let the tanks tank stuff, you'll be fine, typically. And this is coming from somebody who's done BA a metric butt ton. Like, I am currently sitting on 5,000 Eureka fragments on this character. And that's not even counting all the armors I've gotten.
Bye-bye.
And the fact that I have the warrior weapon. And that's also not counting fucking the amount of times I've done it on my old account.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what the?
Out.
Why? Positionals though.
Rip that ninja.
Oh yeah, by the way, if it's purple, Grant, you cannot knockback immunity yet.
Yeah.
It looks like this one is an exception.
All right. How do you tell which side to be on? Oh, because of the bigger orb. Yep. Cool.
You found it.
Yeah,
I
good
wasn't
part.
seeing the bigger orb before. Just FYI.
And rip that machinist. I saw
There a
that
stack?
coming.
Yeah, yep.
Stop targeting my loaves. God damn it. Fine, I'll grab my mouse. There we go.
Oh, I should have left my bell up. Damn.
I gave you a discount, Medico.
What's Nightfall?
Eh,
Is that
whatever.
just him activating his like thingy-majiggies? Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that is. Okay, cool. So don't panic. Just wait until he gets closer to do the shake it off then.
Oh, you can use it now. It lasts 30 seconds. Yeah. You can just pop it whenever.
And since
Then it's
this
up
is
sooner
coming
the next
up,
time.
I'm gonna pop that.
There we go.
That should last long enough.
Why am I going for positionals? What's fucking wrong with me?
There we go.
Okay, so right side to the left side to the rear. Okay.
Back. Yeah.
That's why I said rear. Right, left, rear.
The Lala will die again.
Oh, Orin died as well.
As the spate of my rage,
Where the fuck is...
your trivial existence.
Right. Left. Okay, right, left, front. Oh, I did it too soon. And then, alright, so that guy. So, left, right, and, yeah.
Oh, I'm down.
Oh, we need to go over here. And then stay on this side.
Can your vaunted justice withstand the brunt of the deepest rancor and
Oh,
wrath?
Perfectio's physical. Bless whoever did that.
Oh my god! For fuck's sakes, people need to stop following me! And oh no, that is on me! Son of a bitch!
Fainted.
I cannot help you just yet.
You shaked.
I did shake, but I was
Your presence here is.
I was hoping to do like a Narset flash. Oh, fuck off.
Yep, again, everybody dead. Basically.
No.
Oh.
I'm waiting. And people
Yeah,
are fucking.
Oh, I'm behind. Never mind.
Yeah, I relate.
People were.
I'm
a bunch-
angry. You.
Yeah, because there was. I do remember this mechanic. No. I respect it. No.
Oh no, I'm mad. I was rezzing the other healers and the other alliances. They fucking they ignored it and tried to reset.
Coming back until the fires of
Oh,
consume me.
I knew I should just focus on my own party.
I would recommend that.
Yeah, fuck him. Next time we got it. Surely. Oh, right. Before we pull as well, did you want to LB the boss?
Oh yeah, true.
That limit break's going away.
RN, hit it.
I need to get to a fight.
When
There you go.
the tanks get here. When the tanks get here.
Well,
It's all
almost
yours.
all of them are here.
Alright.
I cannot die. Not until I have eradicated you and your kind from this world. The land trembles before my might.
Whoop! I'm just like whoop as I move in. Oh, I need to dodge that.
Hail, mortals. I will
2 people weren't ready.
your flesh and crush
Reset and reset.
Right. Left.
flames of hatred. Oh, how they burn.
Oh yeah, funny enough, Grant, they actually made the white mage holy spam even more fucking crazy.
Give me a few.
Funny enough. Because they reduced the cast time of it.
Let the fires ride and rage.
You can knock back immunity this.
Kneel before me. Your demise shall portend the extinction of Altana's vile progeny.
Do not have true null stacks for this.
I can't get closer to do normal melee. God damn it when it does that.
The darkness within me shall
You can cheat it a little,
you all.
but it's pretty difficult.
Yeah.
You gotta know your pixel.
This insult, I will scour it away with your blood. Give up your painful
How long does reprisal last?
I
15.
believe it's
10
15 now?
seconds.
It's 15.
Ah, I did it too soon.
Sing of your demise.
Yeah, you can pop shake now and we'll be up for a later
I
mechanic.
can't play. I pop shake way earlier.
Oh.
Soil
Uh
that
oh. It's fine.
I'm just gonna do my ramparts and thrill of battle.
Oh!
Oh!
Jesus fuck!
That's what happens when you don't mitigate.
Holy shit!
That was with feint and reprisal.
Oh my god! I saw our health get so low! Jesus!
Damn! Oh, I've got
Left,
hands.
right, front. Left, right.
Yeah, Shadow Lord's got some hands.
Front.
Fucking hell.
behold, as the spate of my rage quenches the candle of your trivial existence.
Right, left, front. All right. Meanwhile, the opposing guy is. So, he is right, left. Oh. I read that incorrectly.
Hey,
Hey.
Can your vaunted justice withstand the brunt of the
I offer you a feint in this trying time, and that's all I got. You're welcome.
Oh, I should not. I should have hit that blood
Betting
wedding
yourself.
way sooner. I am so sorry.
Thank you.
I wasn't close enough to do a reprisal. God damn you!
I'm gonna help the other alliance.
Oh yeah, yeah. With that coming up, yeah. Oh hey, Exatrines, how are you going? Can you fuck off?
I'm binded and I'm probably gonna get slam dunked.
I will crush you like
Oh, I'll go here.
This is not good. Yeah, no, I'm getting out of that.
Home gang Grant, home gang Grant.
I home ganged.
Good call, very good call. You were alone there.
Yeah, cause like
I'm going
I
to
had
get-
both.
I'm gonna get the Sage in C up. Or actually, never mind. I'll get the Gunbreaker.
back until the fires of wrath.
This one, I'm gonna be real. This one, I'm fine with waiting for cooldowns.
Fucking hell.
Oh, there we go.
Where's the
Hey.
second one gonna be? Okay, right here. I need to heal that bard.
Oh, what the fuck? There's 4. And then we run. Oop.
And I'm dead.
And then left, and then back down.
What? That's bullshit. I was fucking in the right. I should have been in the right spot. That's fucking horseshit.
Left,
I'm
right.
kinda screwed.
Left, right, and then rear.
Ooh. Yep. No, I'm screwed.
Rear.
That the healer, the healer in A, has to try to get us up if they can. Fuck.
I'm just gonna
With
Narset
that bard.
flash them real quick if I am in range. Oh fuck, I'm not in range.
You can't, they're not in your party.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And they're dead. Oh no.
You can
the
only do it to
A-
me, I'm afraid.
Come on. Yes, yes, yes.
Where the fuck is he? There he is.
The nice thing is, at least that white mage knows how to deal with chaos. I would say, I can say that they know how to deal with chaoticness because they have a top weapon.
Oh, this is gonna be fun, this bit.
Oh no! What the fuck?
Top is not chaos, top is organized.
Yeah.
Ugh!
I would still say that's pretty chaotic.
Right.
No, it's actually not.
Left.
If it's chaos, it's dead.
Rear. What the fuck?
It was front, Grant.
No, I swear. Oh my god. No, what the fuck?
I have to just spam fucking heals on myself to keep myself alive right now.
I got nothing for you, I'm afraid.
I'm doing what I can to keep myself alive.
Alliance A is still
damn it.
alive.
Oh my god.
Right. Left. Front.
Gonna hurt.
Just a bit.
Yeah, I'm dying.
Peaceful Abyss is still running.
Where's the RDM?
Okay, somebody got me. I'm coming. I'm up. I will try to get myself healed.
Get.
I'm
So
Left, right,
River ashore.
and then
Front.
back. Left, right, and then back. Okay.
just focus on
Oop,
mechanics
here.
first.
Here. And there.
Stand.
Right. Left. For this one. I'm just trying to make sure I stay alive right now.
It's bigger on the
That
left.
is all I care about. Okay, I'm on the side that's safe. Which one's gonna get bigger from him? Need to get over here. Okay, I'm going to get the I'm gonna try to get the sage from C. Whoever has that isn't a tank is dead. Sorry, dude. I will try to save this sage. I'll heal this sage real quick.
Oh, it's Jova.
Nah, I'm staying out of that.
Yeah, about that though.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Alliance D is just dying over and over again.
And I'm dying rezzing Alliance C.
I would say just ignore them.
Yeah.
At this point, it's worry about the tank and that's about it.
I'd say if anything, only res a single healer, and then let them deal with their alliance. That's what I would do.
Would you like me to put a sign above my head just to follow me?
Yes, please.
I personally would like that because it's 4 in the morning.
Oh
I'm actually
no!
falling asleep.
It's Kahlua paid me to say actually.
Oh,
That's
we've
actually
got
why
Kahlua
I-
doing it anyway, so
Reading
that's
that
fine.
I don't care how much you paid me.
Yes.
I
No,
don't,
if you're so
are you sure
stupid,
you want to trust
Ryan.
that cat girl, by the way?
Oh fuck
She had
no.
it up Yeah, she had it up last time and led people to their deaths. Anyone knows a mech that can be a...
I'm just gonna
Yes, I'll be it.
like.
Bye-bye, LB.
Not until I have eradicated you and your kind from this world. The land trembles.
Also, by the way, I'll just say it after this.
Mm-hmm.
I played it ballsy there a little bit.
Your flesh and crush your
Right.
bones.
Left.
Left. It's ironic because I went through this my first time as a healer. So going through it, the fact that I'm in here as healer right now is kind of funny. Let's see.
Right side, right side, right side.
Yep.
I'm gonna get hit.
Don't worry, I gotcha. If there's anyone I'm going to focus on, it is going to be you and Grant. And the other healer.
Yeah, Peaceful Abyss has been such a fucking gem.
Yeah, they've been doing their best, even though it's their first time.
We're seeing new
They've been-
mechanics. Ooh.
Which one's Dark Nebula? Alright.
And I will try not to get hit by this get fucking knocked into the wall the second time that comes up.
Implosion. Which one is... Alright, left side, left side, left side. Tobias, how did you fuck up?
The darkness within me shall devour you all.
And now. I waited till like the last second to put my bell so it would last a bit longer.
Yeah, I've put down Reprisal and Shake It Off as well. So...
Mainly so it can get this hit that's about to happen. Because, yeah, that just immediate heal after that is really nice.
Mhm.
I could probably
Val, do you have
shift a
arcade
little
circle?
more.
It was used just
Ah,
then.
damn.
Still
There you
be
go.
up for this. Oh, Arcane Circle? No, that's long used.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was up again, so I could just help with the damage boost.
Return to the feculent soil that birthed you.
Yeah, mine's got another 60 seconds on it.
Mine's got...
I wish they gave the lilies the lily heals a MP regen.
Mhm.
Left,
Right.
right, front.
Okay. That's fine. You can use that.
Yeah, you'll
Everyone a
survive.
regen.
As the spate of my rage quenches
You will survive. You're fine.
Oh yeah, it gives everyone a regen. I'm happy with that.
Left.
Okay. Yep.
Right. You want to focus on the other guy? Rear.
Yeah, I will. I'll call out him.
Alright.
Right,
Damn it.
Left.
left.
Get on the right side, get on the right
It's gonna be
side.
left.
Oh, we got a sprint.
Double left.
Can your vaunted justice withstand the
Oh,
brunt of the
that's not hot.
rancor and wrath?
Why were you, Oh, because the other tank on the, Alliance C.
I was I won best DPS in show. And then I got killed for it.
Hopefully one of you two will...
Okay. So yep, over here.
That's about the best I can do at the moment. I can do a little healing, but I don't have any instant shit.
And we go in
Mm-hmm.
and we stay.
Yep. I like that it doesn't do, like, too many overlaps. It does, like, maybe one or two. Alright. We have too many on those ones.
EQ
Okay,
eye
that
level.
works. That works. We have a decent amount of people alive at the moment, so that's good.
Yep.
At
Still
least.
alive.
We at least have most of each alliance alive.
Mm-hmm.
Consume me.
Okay, so left, right, front. Yep, here.
Oh, that fucking Picto following me.
Oh, I know, right? I know.
Yeah, like that dead Picto over there fucking following me.
I've got the one to follow, but
That's the one thing I hate the most. I move somewhere and then fucking somebody else will follow me. It's like, stop it! Right?
that's what we're going on.
Whoop!
Go over here. Now in.
Left, right, rear.
Ah, shit. Well, this is the certified healer LB moment for them.
Your demise shall
You know what? Yellow. I got it. I'm gonna do it. Fuck it.
Yep, fair. But I meant for Alliance C.
Yeah.
Whatever. Oh yeah, I'll res one of them for that. There you go.
Oh wait, shit.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this stings.
Yeah, that bleed ticks. Fucking hell.
All right,
That
left,
bleed ticks for a lot.
right, rear.
Oh yeah, and he has a damage up now. I forgot about that.
Oh, good, a soft enrage.
Left, right, front.
God damn
Right,
it.
left,
Left side. Right side of that clone. There goes the Astra from one of the alliances. I am just gonna move here.
hopefully Shake It Off helps. And let's do a
Oh, yeah, it does.
reprisal. Does it
I'm
only affect
going
our
down.
side? Yeah, it only affects our side by the looks of it.
Yeah, it only
It-
affects.
Shake only affects
Repri-
us, reprisal affects everyone.
Yeah, because reprisal is affected on the
Yeah.
enemy. Oh, we're so close! Yes! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
It's a burst window, we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Yes!
And there it is. I'm gonna give it to the other healer. They were putting in
Oh.
fucking work.
Woo!
Oh,
And
well, there's the fending
after-
chest.
After all that,
We've...
I rolled an 18 on the minion. I want to fucking die.
Ah!
Material.
Hitting him at the
Aye.
For a bed.
player accommodation on the Abyss.
Royal
Absolutely
bed.
amazing,
I want that.
peaceful Abyss. Need.
But yeah, there you go, Grant. There's your Royal Damask. What the fuck is that? Need. I don't know what that is.
It's for a
Needing at
bed.
For a
least-
bed. It's apparently going for a few
Needing on
mil,
those
currently.
music things.
I got a 75 on the.
How do you know it's going for a mill right now?
A few
Market.
mil. And because I've heard many people talking about wanting it and seeing it myself.
Okay. I was very confused. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh wait, I'm the only tank in my class. Of course, I'm gonna get the
Well, yeah,
fending.
you get that by default. Hey, I got the card.
Nice work.
And I got nothing.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Again,
All I got was
never get
the
anything in
the
this.
fucking card.
I love how Faye was like, "Thanks for not disbanding. You guys rock." Say.
But yeah, welcome to raids. That's how they usually go.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's 2 o'clock! We've been in this raid for over an hour!
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's what happened. From what my friend was
It's
telling me, he was
fun.
like, "Yeah, get ready for it to take a bit." But yeah, congrats! You've now beaten the Alliance raid, and I'm guessing that's gonna be it for you then.
I can't take it anymore! I just wanna die!
It's fine. You only have to do that once every week.
Yeah, only once a week.
Oh, yeah. I should
The
go upgrade some of my
silence
gear
speaks
now.
volume.
I have
Hey, guy,
trivia
I have
parties
a-
on Tuesday night, so I'm not doing it during reset, I can tell you that much.
How about next Saturday we do it all together, like a family, but we do it all as tanks, just for fun.
Family. We're,
Well,
so
we'd
long
have
as
to
we
get- we'd have to
diversify
get
the
more people.
tanks. So long as we diversify the tanks, so it's like, oh, here's our paladins for the heals, here's our gunbreakers for like the DPSing, and here's our dark knights for the mitts.
Yeah.
Heal next time.
we'd
That's
have-
okay.
Well, thinking about it, we'd have to get more people though.
Absolutely.
I just did a party finder. It was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, we'd have to PF more people. I'd definitely go
Yeah.
either warrior or gunbreaker, considering those are my only ones at 100 right now.
Mm.
Also, Velk, if you wanted to know more about 11, Summoner is fucking insane in 11.
I'm just thinking of all the possible cross-classing things in my... Oh, I want in.
You can do Beast Tamer as well.
But
The
yeah,
issue was that when
I'm
I
going to
tried
pop
playing
outta here.
11
later.
here,
Later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe.
when I tried playing 11 locally, it said, no, you're not in the right region. Bye.
There's, I'll ask my friend to give it to me again. There's this like little one that you can do for private servers if you wanted to test out mixing up classes, and it's free to use. And
But that's
I
only
believe
if
it's that
private servers
region.
exist, and they totally don't. Jesus,
Uh,
I looked at screen.
A two-headed lizard trying to take a bite out of me, huh? A scrawny little thing like you would barely make a snack. Besides, we don't eat people.
Does Lalafell count as people?
Sorry, I'm a little on edge.
Oh, that's also something I should give you a heads up on. For the next Alliance raid for you, Grant, also, and Velk, if you get into 11, Tar is gonna ruin your life.
This is already
thought-
ruining
you
my
You
that
thought
life.
name.
Taru is what they call Lullafells in 11. And they're even more annoying.
Riposum.
They rhyme,
Good
don't
game. I was the
Yes.
Dragoon in C. Hi there. Welcome. This over here is Velk, who was, I believe you were Reaper in my team, and Davy Boy, who was our Red Mage. Red Mage?
Res Mage.
Yes.
Res Mage. I hope you're Skull mode. So, as Davey will probably attest, there was a few times that there was outside of party resurrections. And I died a few times, don't get me wrong. I have no fucking thing to say, especially since it was my first time running through there. Davey boy, how many times have you gone through that thing already?
My first time I was a astrologian. My second time I was a scholar. Then the third time was an all healer run with a bunch of people. And then this time, well, no, I did another one then with another friend too on Materia.
How do you do an all healer run? I thought this couldn't be done unsynced.
You just do it synced.
I'm sorry, what?
Just with healers.
Yeah, you just do it synced. Party Finder with healers. There's no rule saying that you can't do it with exclusively those.
Oh.
It was really funny. When we took the group tank busters, we all grouped up together and just spammed heal to survive.
Great. If you've no quarrel with us, we're done with you. We only wish to talk. Can they really be trusted? Yeah. They're kind of like a shitty Vegeta or TN. I'd put him down as like a TN, personally. I should know better than to judge people based on their appearance. It's fine.
Technically be
We're an
Gogeta?
intimidating species. Sorry?
Would it technically be Gogeta?
No.
Mhm.
Aw, no. Okay. Alright, point is, though, these characters were villains very early on. Actually, you know what he is? Yeah, actually, he's either gonna be TN or he's gonna be... Actually, no, he might actually be more of a Vegeta one, because it is still... no, because there isn't, like, a long transition from one side to the other. Maybe a Piccolo. We saw him once. He only was, like, doing the thing he needed to do because of, like, oh, he... Like, his father, like, you know, put the burden on him and shit like that. And now he's doing his own thing where it doesn't require him being the, you know, adversary to us. Does that sound fair?
It was a joke. It was a joke based on them being two people.
Ugh. I'm Prish, by the way. Nice to meet you. Alright, hand in this. There is much of this we don't understand, but we do understand is the battle is won. For now, at least. What would have otherwise been a struggle proved a decisive victory against the Dawn Servant's Shade and the rest of those fiends. That is to say, thank you for your help, Grant. Yay! Oh, we got more missions.
He's learning.
Velk is very interested in me once I get, like, more appropriately, like, item leveled and such, that I should try and do more of this. I should try and move into Savage content.
Well, we'll help you with your rotation as well, but yes.
The good news is that he's a native of Materia, so I drop down into Materia, don't deal with a huge amount of ping when I'm with him, so...
I just deal with ping all the time.
Yeah, because you're up in the, you're up in Europe. You're up in the, United Kingdom?
Ireland.
Ireland. Completely different, yep. Grant and Bakul Jaja, right. I don't know where you're from, but I can tell I'd love to visit. Can't say I've even seen anyone quite like you before. If you're done with the small talk, would you mind explaining why you attacked us? What in the world are you talking about? Don't play the fool with us. You were spouting nonsense about us being Tauruses and nearly killed a man on your rampage. Well, I do recall fighting Taurus not long ago to protect Olmia. Olmia? A friend of hers, you say? That's all well and good, but she's addressing Gulu Jaja's Shade with that name. The incantations needed to summon it are said to be based on a much older magic, one capable of clouding people's minds. If our enemy is skilled enough to summon Golul Jaja, it stands to reason such tricks are not beyond them. Meaning young Prish here was likely tricked into believing the shade was this Olmia person. So it was an illusion then. It's starting to come back to me. There was someone who warned me that a dear friend needed my protection. He was blue like your left head, and he gave me these bizarre weapons. Blue like me? I usually fight with my fists, but don't think twice to accept what they gave me. I suppose their magic's to blame. In any case, I hope the real Olmia hasn't been dragged into all this. Can you tell us anything about the one you fought with was your Olma? Where they might be hiding, perhaps? Well, that I could, but when I got there, I was all by my lonesome. Here being where exactly? Juno. At least I think this is Juno. There was never anything like that here before. Is that how I pronounce it? Juno?
Juano, or Juano, I believe it's pronounced.
Jono. Jono, at least. I think this is Jono. There was never anything like that here before.
Afraid when it comes to FF11 content, I'm in the dark.
Fair enough. It's mostly empty, but there are a few people lingering about. If you know where to look, maybe they can tell us something.
If you're wondering what Juano is, it's one of the main towns where you get raids.
Okay. Go with Prish. Ish, see what you can learn of this place and the whereabouts of that shade. We will remain here and keep watch on this rift. Yeah, I feel like we're in a reflection or something. Because I doubt this is just a random town found. Right then, let's have a look. Oh, and we should probably stop by the Tenshudo as well. It's in the back of Neptune's spire, across the way from the fountain. Prish is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with objectives. You can leave Prish behind by entering a different area or by... Yep, cool. The Elvan adventurer. Oh, good. I was hoping to run into you, too. I didn't wish to be overly forward, but why were you speaking with that Malul Ja earlier? More importantly, what was it doing there? They would never dare venture beyond the shores of Araja unless... My gods! Has Galul Jaja laid siege to At Urdang? Is Juno next to fall? These are some weird fucking names. I don't know anything about sieges or invasions, but that Malul Ja over there is a friend of mine. There aren't nothing for you to worry about. The poor man's probably more confused than we are about all this. Ooh, what's this spot?
Also explore and talk to a lot of the shades in this area too.
Adventurers gather from all corners of the world to buy and sell their spoils here. The taxes are a pain, but it's worth it for the wide selection. Just between you and me, though, I've heard you can cut a deal with merchants peddling their wares just outside of town. But why is it closed? The auction house never closes. Maybe they're waiting for things to return back to normal around here. Whenever they reopen, I suggest you stop by. Who knows, you may just get lucky and find something way below market price. And then there's a Hume, which obviously means human. You're new to Juno, aren't you? I can tell by the way you were talking in the sights. The city was built upon Heaven's Bridge, connecting the two great continents of Quan and Mindartia. You'll find there's an upper and lower level, a port, and the administrative plaza of Roulade Gardens. At least, you would have before. All ways in and out of the lower Juno appear to be blocked or cut off. The situation here is worse than I thought. A goblin! Party looking Dark Samurai Dragoon.
Is it true that in FF11 samurais are tanks?
Yes.
So cool. It's so weird, but so cool.
Nice. Alright, let's have a look. Cool. Diminutive Shade. Chululu, Divining, 5 cards. Nice. Alright, so where the fuck is... Oh, I see, okay. So now we have to go, like, further in. Okay, the torso is very fucking slimming.
It also dies really well.
What?
Ye.
Why is this blocked off? They're supposed to be the stairs here leading up to the residential area. I swear, things get stranger here by the minute.
So,
Go on.
I was just going to explain something to Valk. I was a bit mistaken on that information. You can do samurai as a tank, because the thing is, technically any class can be a tank. The most commonly used ones, though, are the likes of ninja, monk, red mage, and paladin, though.
Red mage?
Yeah. Red mage is quite bulky.
Can't say I've seen your sort around here before. Where are you from, stranger? Limsa Lomincia? Can't say I've heard of it. Most folks passing through hail from Sandoroya, Bestock, or Windurust. Considering the present state of Juno, though, seems strange is becoming a common occurrence. I'd be lying if I said I heard of your homeland either, but that's not important right now. At times like this, we need to know who can be trusted. Alright, so I missed a very obvious door.
Also, to explain just real quick to Velk why red mage is a thing, you need 2 different types of tanks in 11.
Oh, a magic damage tank and a physical damage tank?
Yep.
14 was like that early on.
Yeah.
Back then, too.
You press against the wall, but it refuses to budge. Won't open? Then I guess we won't be meeting Aldo. He's head of the Denshodo. When the world's in danger, he's always there to lend me a hand. Reminds me of my friends, the Scions. Scions, eh? They sound like a competent lot. Unfortunately, we're on our own here. Whatever's happened here, these people are just as bewildered as we are. We should go back and find Bakul Jaja, see if he's noticed anything.
The reason why it was a bit rough is because when you're tanking certain floor bosses, some tanks are just viable, or some tanks were viable, and you just didn't run either Paladin or Dark at all. Because one was good at physical, one was good at magic, which means some players just got dicked over.
Right,
Yeah. Also, by the way, if you were wondering, Dark Knights use scythes in 11.
Bold!
Bold! Returned at last, with answers, I hope. So, we're truly in this Juno, as she says. But I've traveled all over Torol, and never heard of this Juno, or Sandiora, or any of these other places. What in Altana's name is Torol? I thought all you Mamul Ja are from Arda Ja. Prish, you're all right. And she has you to thank, I'm sure. Me just in my half-apron thingy-majiggy. Thanks for caring, I guess. And who are you exactly? I thought that was gonna... He's the one who asked me to go and look for you. I appreciate the concern, but I've never seen him before in my life. How can you say such a thing? I mean, you do look like the sort I might know, but I'm drawing a blank. What was the name again? My name is... You may be the one they found wounded in the Skydeep Cenote. Well, we have to call you something. How about... Alxal. Why the fuck must he give us such a weird name? Alxaal. What the fuck?
Would you prefer
all.
Vorshapon 2.0?
True.
Elxal.
Alxal. Vagabond in the Mamulja tongue. Though it may be closer to adventure in GrantZeebs. Nicely chosen, brother. That does have a nice ring to it. Alxial it is. So, where are we exactly? Juno, or at least a close approximation. Surely you remember this place, don't you? It does feel familiar. What's so special about this place anyway? And where did that damn shade get off to? None of this makes any sense. My, what a vexing predicament. Should I know you? Oh, wait, I thought he died. I thought he was, like, kicked off the sky block thingy-madiggies.
He lived, bitch.
Yeah, I guess he lived. I'll have to review my stream if I ever thought he was like, yeah, no body, no death. Hey, that's the one that put me under a spell. I'm sure of it. So, the Benoit sycophant yet lives. What are you doing here? As you...
See, the thing is, we never saw a body.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, that's why I was like, oh, maybe I need to go back through my streams to find that. If I was, like, you know, surprised or not that they were going to kill him. Or that he would stay dead. As you found me in a generous mood, I thought I might enlighten you as to the nature of this place. That is why you've come, isn't it? The young lady is correct. This is the Grand Duchy of Juno. So we really are in Juno, and yet something about it feels so off. I never said this is the real one. It's an intimidation. A rather convincing one, I might add, which I created based on visions of another world. You built this? That I did. While you and yours were holding the Dawn Servant's coronation, Zerul-Ja and I ventured to the gate of the Golden City. Everything was proceeding as planned. The gate's key was in our possession, the power to reshape the world within our grasp. Or so I thought. In the eyes of the resilient sun, I was but a useless tool to be cast aside. By all rights, I should have died when he struck me down. But once the chamber was empty, the gate still open, I saw my chance. What I found when I dragged myself across the threshold was an emptiness, a space beyond time. It was there in this dark expanse I beheld another world. So, I'm right, we are in an extension. That world was called Vanadel. Oh, I thought Davy Boy was gonna gasp or something.
Oh! Pardon. Sorry. I was just chatting.
What a load of...
But yes, I do know those locations, teehee.
They're Final Fantasy XI locations. I'm gonna take a random guess because of all the Final Fantasy XI references. What a load of rubbish! As if anyone would believe that and everything and everyone here is a little more than one of your toys. Hey! That's uncalled for. He turned to stone?
It's a Roblox.
As I said, everything you see here is of my creation. I wonder if that's Electrope. Because it had like a...
It looks it, yeah.
It had like a purple thing before it dissipated as well.
Yeah.
It could be just an asset
I fully
share.
agree with you.
But because, like, you know, they didn't keep the purple on it after a while, but I'm guessing Cenote. Electrope. Much like we fashioned a phantom of Galul Jaja for the feet of the Brotherhood, I was able to use our ceremonial tools to breathe life into my visions of Vana'diel. Under normal circumstances, my conjurings only have strength enough for a brief clash. With that stone, however, my magics are capable of so much more. Isn't that what Zerul Jah used to build his army? Electrope, he called it. Hey, guess what? You're right, Velk. Electrope, you say? If you know its name, then I trust you also know these stones are possessed of immense power. Power enough for my creations to persist for as long as I please. Fortunate, then, that world between worlds was filled with structures made from Electrope, more than I could ever hope for. Wait! If everything we see here, everything we believe was from Vana'diel, is of your making, then am I... Gods, that would mean I am as well. You? Yes, well, trivial thread in the tapestry of my grand design. And what a wondrous weave it will be, made possible by the endless possibilities gleaned in the Walk of Echoes. The memories buried there, those remnants of echoes, will shape my dreams into reality. I once believed that dream lay in the resilient sun, but that bastard is dead to me. By my hand, Tyrol will have the greatest ruler the world has ever known. I've made an admirable start, but my world is far from finished. Very soon, I shall draw upon the echoes once more to summon the greatest beings of Vana'diel, and their strength will be made one with the magnificent shade. The reason and resolve which built the nation of Tulial, matched with the uncompromising tyranny that commanded the Mu'uljal of that world. I won't let you sully the memories of Vana'diel. That's the spirit. My preparations will take time, of course, but then when I'm ready, you can be certain I will call upon you to bear witness to my greatness. Sorry, just drinking the last of this shake. Zerul, wait! My god, this is a very long cutscene.
Yeah, it is.
Ding. Damn it all! Just when I thought things couldn't become more complicated, making sense of Alexandria was trouble enough, but now we have this Vana'diel to deal with as well? I can only imagine how Prishan and Alxel must be feeling. What do you do when your very existence is called into question? Pretty sure your existence was called into the question when we removed the idea of using the what's-a-whoosies. Words failing me, sorry. Ding dong. That world was called Vana'diel.
Yeah, I think it's Vana'diel.
Try as I might, I can recall nothing of my past to refute Zerul Jah's claim. Prish, on the other hand, seems to know everything of her past and who she is, yet to be told that the memories of your life are not your own. I can only imagine how she must feel. Now's not the time to be disheartened. At least not here. Anyway, I wouldn't trust anything made by Cyril Jha to be safe for long. Or to remain functional. Excuse me. Let's return to Mamuk while we can. My mother will want to know of what we've seen here. Message to Yoctel. Alrighty. Grab things. I see there's like a number of people like getting ready for their whatsamahoozies. So yeah, so the maximum is like 2. You can pick up 2 rewards from those things. Oh no, I picked up 2.
No.
It's 2.
Oh,
No,
that
you-
one.
So yeah, so or Delhi coin.
Per week.
I do not remember picking that up.
It's a
That's
coin
from
that
the raid.
Okay.
yeah, you collect coins and use those to buy materials to upgrade the raid gear.
Alrighty.
The tombstone gear.
Oh, Tombscope, my bad.
Mm-hmm. I am not a fan of the Alliance raid. It's so fucking long. I know you guys are having a
Oh, no,
fucking
it-
hard on for it, but I barely understood it. I'm probably gonna barely understand it unless I. This is the trouble of trying to get into like other like later or side content that's like patch is I my attention span cannot support unless I'm gonna make it my thing for like a month or two. It's why I'm struggling trying to get back into Warframe. I just doesn't do it for me. It's too difficult.
It was only long because an alliance kept dying over and over again.
Yeah, quite
It would have been a
literally.
lot quicker.
Okay.
Like there was an
Without that.
entire alliance just dying constantly.
I guess.
If it was only like 1 or 2 people constantly dying in each alliance, it would have been much, much faster.
There you are. I thought you should be the one to explain what happened out there in Yoctorel.
And then coin.
Not simply from another territory, but another world entirely? That explains much of the initial confusion between us. My apologies for any trouble I may have caused, and thank you for taking me in. Different worlds, and yet we seem to have so much in common. I cannot help but wonder what it is that links the two together. What indeed? You mistook us for Mamul Jha of your Vinadel, and when we first met, may I ask what they are like? Nothing at all like you and yours, even if they do bear a striking resemblance. There was a time when all the people of Vanadiel, the Mamul Jha included, knew peace, but a tyrant possessed of a terrible power claimed rulership over Mamul Jha and turned them against us. Before we realized it, we were at war. A tale similar to ours in a way. The rare few of us born with 2 heads grow to be immeasurably powerful. That power was used to justify our preeminence over all others. But that is not who we are anymore. We can be better than our forebears. We will be better. All of our hard work will be for nothing if Cyril Jha succeeds in seizing the throne. Well, you'll not want for aid in stopping him, I promise you that. Oh, keen to lend a hand, are you? I don't need to know who I am to know what the right thing to do. My blade is yours. On my honor as an adventurer of Vanadel, we will put an end to Cyril Jha's schemes. If he were here, I'm sure he'd have done the same. Right then, we can worry about whether or not I'm the real another day. I'm not going to stand around and let that Cyril Jha piss all over the memories of my home. so you can count me in too. Don't think you can forget about us. This has all started in Yogg-Torel, and we have a duty to keep our forest safe. Sorol Ja has left us without a trail to follow, but it's only a matter of time before he reveals himself to challenge Grant once more. If you're to be ready, I think it prudent the two of you learn more of our world. An excellent idea, brother. We should start with Tulial and see to our own preparations while we're there. If you would meet us at the dirigible landing, we will see Prish and exile to Tulial. Oh my god, we're doing another round the world tour.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yep, I see where they want us going. Yep, alright. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, and I still have my patch. There's so much I need to do, but I can't do everything today, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
what
perfectly
next time's
fine.
for.
Like I didn't actually do much of the patch entirely.
Mhm.
I did the raid, learned EXs. Then I didn't do the story for till the end of the week because I was just busy.
Fair enough, fair enough. Those balloon-powered airships are really something. I didn't expect the flight to be so smooth. So, this is Tulial. Before I forget, I couldn't help but notice how much you seem to know about me. Is there anything else you remember? I'm afraid I don't, and as you don't recognize me either, perhaps we weren't acquaintances after all. What I know of you was likely overheard in a tavern somewhere, patrons sharing stories of your famed exploits. I see. Well, I'll leave it at that then. Now, where to begin? Brother, would it not be wise to first appraise the Landsguard of what happened, or would you prefer another stern lecture from the Vow of Reason? Ugh, I'd sooner rip off my tail. Fine. Could you keep them occupied while we see to the Landsguard? Maybe take them to eat or something. Ah, I know. Take them to Aunt T's to sample her tacos. Here, for that first meal of yours we spoiled. Yay! Redemption! And just so we're clear, we're not expecting to earn your forgiveness. No amount of good deeds will ever undo our past, but there's always time to build a better future. Ooh! That is honestly very progressive of them. Because normally, like, when people do, like, good things, they normally do it because of, like, guilt of the past and such. So it's like a, hey, as an apology for it, and they just leave it at that. Whereas, it looks like with Bakul Jaja, it's like, this is actually, like, a genuine, like, you know, like, they're not gonna change their actions in the past. They're not gonna do that. But they're also not gonna have, like, the guilt influence them in the future. They're instead gonna have it where it's like, you know, good, like, they do good things because it's in the name of good, not because of guilt of the past.
Yeah.
Nice. When you get there, tell her we sent you, and she'll see that you're taken care of. Aunt T's tacos, eh? Let me guess, they serve tacos. Oh, I can hardly wait. I ate tacos all the time back home. Oh, she did she? Though I suppose it wouldn't hurt to take a more scenic route. Maybe something along the way will help jog Alxel's memory. Nah, we're gonna fucking speed run this shit. The world, that's good. Sorry, I'm trying to do like multiple things at once. So, probably a bad idea. What in Altana's name is that? Do people actually ride those? Chocobos are the only beasts I've ever seen used for riding in Vanadiel. If they have any, I'd sure like to see them. Alright, let's see. What are they gonna say about this place? Oh, he's got something to say. I cannot say why, but I'm remembering something looking out at the sea dunes. There was a man out on the docks who claimed he could teach me new battle arts, but he would only agree on the condition that I retrieved for him a dame's worm, an apron, and a magic skull. I don't suppose you've met anyone on your travels who've made such queer requests. Oh, plenty. Any of the relic weapons. My home is surrounded by ocean too, you know. It has the most beautiful views on a clear day. Not without the occasional monster, though. It's nice being able to walk around this without your guard up all the time. Intrepid Enterprise is obviously for some sort of crafting thing. Huh, cool Reaper. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. This is the place, right? I can smell the savory meats already. And you must be Auntie T. Bakul Jaja recommended we sample your tacos, so we'll have 3 of your finest, please. Bakul Jaja sent you, did he? Take a seat, and we'll be right over with a tray of our world-famous fare. Dun, 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 dun. Hi there, Cap. Welcome to the stream. I'm just going through some of the quests in the Alliance raid after the Alliance raid. Are you done with Dawn Trail? Oh my god, that is a beautiful taco. Tacos at long last. How I've waited for this moment. Oh, I see they're in the, Oop. Hi, Cap.
Hello. Yo.
I thought nothing could match the rich flavor of our tacos back home, but the spicy seasoning of this meat is something else.
I finally found it. Taco Bell! Taco Bell!
Burger King! Have you seen that, fucking...
Pizza! Taco Bell!
Have you seen that scene with, hang on a second. I need to... Let me get you a video. Hang on a second. So, pasting that in for the what's-mahoozies. And then over in this new tab. So, oh, Bricky,
Where are you dropping it?
I dropped it in the Twitch chat for the rest of people, so they understood my reference of Piccolo finding Burger King.
And I'll
Eat as many
drop
as you like.
Piccolo finding Taco Bell.
Nice.
That's good. That is an excellent use.
Nice. Prish has taken the lead,
OSC.
but we won't be outdone, surely.
Damn, they ate that shit up.
Phew, I couldn't eat another bite. Thanks for treating us. It was almost like a taste of home. Tavnazia.
Tasmania.
Yes, because that's where you'll get the best tacos in Australia. Tasmania.
Yeah.
Well, that is probably where you'll find the Mamilja as well.
Wow.
Rare
Also,
two-headed joke there.
also, is this the fucking Dawn Trail Alliance raid you're doing?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
We just did it.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna have to like run through the quests real quick.
Good luck. It took us
Very quickly.
It took me an hour to get through the dungeon.
I'm built different.
Cool. Hopefully the rest of your alliances are. Seeing as we still have a little extra time to ourselves, care to hear more about Vanadiel? "20 years ago, the land was gripped by a terrible conflict. The Crystal War, they called it, and it wasn't long before my home, Tasmania, was drawn into the struggle." Look, I'm gonna be real with you. Number one, it would have been simpler if they just called it Tasmania. And number two, aren't we getting a Crystal War in Final Fantasy XVI? Is every war outside of Final Fantasy XV just, oh, the Crystal Crisis?
Bro, crystals are just like bad in general. Fuck crystals. All my homies hate crystals.
During their assault on the peninsula, the beast men launched a weapon so powerful it sundered the land connecting us to the mainland. Those who survived fled to Tasmania's safehold. It wasn't much, but we were able to piece together a modest living down in those caves. I reckon we're gonna get, like, the next two alliance raids, we're gonna get someone from, like, a different starting land.
This better be a son of a bitch. I mean, I need a 695 gear.
Yeah, you need to go through some normal raids. Sorry, I'm
Well-
spoiling the mood, aren't I? You're an adventurer too, aren't you? Have any tales of daring you can share with us? Yes, I went to the moon.
And you know what I found on the moon? I found bananas on the moon.
I found rabbits.
Bitch.
And they weren't making cheese.
We love the funny bunnies.
Code got up to the funny bunnies.
Who doesn't love the funny little funny bunnies?
I think he's fine with them, honestly. Traveling to other worlds and saving this one from the very embodiment of despair. Wait, really? You're not just an adventurer, you're a goddamn living legend!
I mean, when you put it like that.
Yep. A hero and a living legend. Hello?
Maybe I am goaded.
Goated in the sauce. Sorry for the wait.
If it isn't...
He's like Piccolo,
If-
like, sort of character arc.
Yes,
That's.
but he's also my husband.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're who?
You heard me. I can fix him.
No, say it again. He's fixed. He's trying to fix himself. You don't need to do anything. Leave him.
I'm gonna
Just leave him be.
I'm gonna double. It's like when two engineers in Team Fortress 2 hit the same dispenser.
No, it is not the same thing. Let him be his own man.
You need Heidelin. We don't have Jesus. We got Heidelin. You need that.
We don't even
Bro,
have Heidelin anymore, though.
Venat don't want me, bro. Venat don't want me.
Bring her.
By the 12. By the 12, leave the man alone. He's trying his best.
By the 12, you must be stopped!
And yet there are others enticed by the rumors of a strange portal in the woods. I've heard some foolhardy treasure seekers have even gone off looking for it.
Razor?
A dangerous thought, knowing Cyril Jah could show up at any time with more of those echoes. Which is why I'm going back to Juno to make sure our people stay out of there.
Look at him. He's becoming a responsible man.
Honestly, yeah, and here's the thing. He mentioned of like, oh, here's your money back for the... Here's some money to buy some tacos for the tacos I spoiled last time. But don't think of this as an apology. I'm doing my best for the future, which was like really fucking progressive because it's like he's trying to be good not because of regret of his actions in the past, but despite his actions in the past. If you're going, then so are we. It's beat sitting around waiting.
I don't wish Persh actually swore like she did in 11.
Yeah, who knows?
Well, like, I still couldn't stop laughing when my friend kept sending me screen caps asking me what the slang term she said was saying.
Gods, those tacos were bloody brilliant! There's nothing better than good food and good company to pass the time. Oh, thank Christ, there's no more- Oh, god fucking damn it, there's another one! Okay, this one gives us a scroll, so this must be the last one in the patch.
Yeah, it is.
Would that we had time to show you more of Tuliol, but we cannot afford to have another wandering around in Juno. Then let us make haste to Yaktel.
But yeah, no, for context, Persh is the type of girl that will call you a wanker.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait. Is the girl named Persia?
Persh.
Oh.
I thought it was Trish.
Or Preesh, my bad. I'm tired.
Is
Oh.
that's weird because like that's my exact nickname for my girlfriend.
Oh.
That explains...
I call her Persia.
Oh my god. Okay, the role... What is your girlfriend like? Tell us about Cap's wife.
I'd love to. My girlfriend is a lovely woman. She's very big and large. She's got the nice, sweetest, softest voice and the funniest laugh. She's very outgoing. She's full of a violence that's just under the surface that she won't let me disturb because she will go on a killing spree.
So very much like Prish.
Yeah, it's exactly like Trish.
Yeah.
You named your girlfriend after a Final Fantasy character who is just a brat.
If you dare, I will walk to Brisbane.
I am not insinuating anything. I am just saying...
Your muscles will not save you.
I'm just saying you picked a nickname that coincidentally is the name of a character in the critically acclaimed MMORPG, defunct now, Final Fantasy XI. Look at this girl. Look at her.
It's not
Was
defunct,
Final
it's
Fantasy
still
XI
running.
critically acclaimed? I don't know about that one.
It wasn't
Was it
critically acclaimed either.
Either way,
The not so critically
Purple.
acclaimed.
It still runs though.
Either way, purple.
I can only speak for myself, but the idea of running headlong through a mysterious rift to God knows where in search of treasure seems absurd. Tyrol has no shortage of legends like the City of Gold to inspire would-be treasure seekers. No risk is too great if they believe their dreams can be realized. Efforts better spent on a more honest living, I'd say. Walking the noble path like you, brother? In any case, whoever we find in there, we have to get them out quickly.
See, this is why I don't like knife ears.
Why don't you like knife ears?
Fucking hate elves. It's actually inherited racism. My girlfriend is incredibly racist towards elves.
I am incredibly racist towards lollies.
Hey, you know what? You know what? Valid.
Both are valid.
Yeah.
Valid, I ain't gonna hold you.
Few things that can be like shortened into 4 characters.
Yeah.
When I jumped through that rift, I was expecting a dungeon or maybe a labyrinth, not whatever all this is. It's dangerous? And I need to leave? Don't make me laugh. Not long ago, I heard someone crowing in the streets about some rare stone they found. Something like that could be worth a fortune. I'm not going anywhere if there's riches just laying around for the taking. This guy is an idiot. Oh, okay. I'm gonna be real. I thought that was an adventurer, not like an actual person.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, no, this isn't an instance. People can just hop in here and walk around.
Nice. Hetessero. What's a Hetessero? Oh, so cat. Never seen a city like this in Tyrol before. Dangerous, you say? Perhaps I should hold off on surveying further then. What a shame. I happened upon a rather curious stone I hoped to take with me, but it was stolen by some Tonawatwan brute. Without knowing the value of that stone, I can't say it's worth giving chase, but he ran off to the south if you mean to go after him. I'll be leaving soon. If it's truly as dangerous as you say, I hope you'll be leaving soon as well. I'm the fucking warrior of light. You don't get to tell me what to do. Give me your money. You came looking for some fancy trinkets, too? Well, feast your eyes on this! Wait, hang on. Feast your eyes on this! Observe.
That is a cube.
It is electrope. We spoke with anyone who would listen, though a few were too stubborn to heed our warnings. A block of rare electrope? But how? I take it you're the one that found this. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave with that stone. It's too dangerous. You expect me to just hand it over? Bah! This isn't Tuliol. You have no authority here. I found it, and I'm keeping it. This is for your own good. Put that stone down and walk away. Or else. Careful, brother.
Head out.
Not to worry, Cap. Thank you so much for dropping in real quickly. I hopefully will be done with this shortly. I need to get done before 11:30, so then that way I have time to shower and get ready for the movies.
You have
Eleven-
fun with the movies,
it-
then. I'm also going
11:30.
to bed.
It's 3.
It's 2:55.
Oh.
Anyway, I gotta rush.
Okay.
Anyway, you have a wonderful time, Cap. Careful, brother. Lay a hand on him, and the vow of resolve will never let us hear the end of it. Ugh, we're already in his debt as is. Fine. You've come here to make your fortune, yes? Then let me pay you for it. That would certainly save me the trouble of finding a suitable buyer, but don't expect me to let it go for cheap. Thank you, Davy boy. We couldn't help but overhear you're selling an artifact found in these ruins? Whatever this gentleman's willing to pay, I assure you I can pay more. Great. Just what we needed. What do you suppose we do now? Explaining the circumstances surrounding this place would likely take more time than we can afford. Ah, of course. Why not hold an auction for the stone? An auction? That would certainly simplify matters. It would save you the trouble of bargaining with all interested parties separately, and incentivizes them to pay you handsomely, lest they be outbid. Fine by me. I'll only be accepting payment in gil. This money will be taking me overseas, where I can finally live the life I've always wanted. Oh my goodness. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending thingamadiggies. Begin the quest event. Yes. Quickly now. We are doing our best. Dun, 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 dun. Well, if I may have your opening bids. Can you handle the bidding? We don't have much experience with auctions, but we do have coin you can use. About 1 million gil saved up from our work with the Landsguard. Hopefully that will be enough. Dun, 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 dun. Upon speaking with the Tanawatan Fletcher, the auction will begin. You may also first speak with other to receive hints regarding their potential bids. Dun, 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 dun. I wish I had money to join in. Seems like fun. Well, it's imperative that we recover the Electrope. It wouldn't do to show your hand too early. Better to be conservative with your bids, staying just ahead of the competition. I've no time for the back and forth of this bargaining nonsense. All I need is one bid to win that stone. Foreign merchants relieved me of my stock a few moons past, and if it's a good thing they did. 1,500,000 gil, and I was forced to spend half of it on preparations for the expedition. Alright, so you have 750,000, and you're gonna be like whatever major amount. So, what's your offer? Alright, so I need to be at least 750,000, but I don't want to hit that too soon. So we're gonna start low. 100,000 gil. Is that all? Then I'll start with 400,000. 400,000? I was hoping to keep at least half my savings, but if we have to bid more... 500,000. A bold move, but I'm willing to bet that's all you have. 560,000. Half my savings gone. Surely they're close to conceding. 700,000. How is anyone meant to compete with that? Damn it all. I'm not leaving without that stone. 720,000. Raising this bid by such a narrow. 730,000. Finally, it's over. You have a knack for business dealings, Grant. Maybe you were a merchant in another life. Well, it didn't help that I also had like 3 million gil of my own, so... This looks to be all it. The stone is yours. Dun 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 dun. Well done, friend. Now let's have a look at that Electrope. Ugh, this presence. It feels familiar. The Shadow Lord. Oh, is that who we defeated? That's who's in the cube, the Shadow Lord we just faced. There's no mistaking that deep and bitter malice. This stone must have served as a heart of the Shadow Lord's echo. He was a being of pure hatred, responsible for bringing about the Crystal War. I was part of the company that would eventually bring his reign of terror to an end. You helped defeat the Shadow Lord? Mm-hmm. Meaning Alxol must have been there with him, but I don't ever remember hearing about that. In any case, I will hold on to the Electrope. We should hurry back and speak with the Lands God. Excuse me, but were you speaking of the Shadow Lord just now? Mm-hmm. If there's more or you wish to know, perhaps I could be of help. I've heard a great many tales of the fiend from the bards who frequent the taverns here in Juneau. I've been waiting over yonder near the fountain for my companions to arrive, but you're welcome to speak with me until they do. A most welcome offer, though there is much to be said for a first-hand encounter with the Echo in question. Perhaps we can revisit these tales another time, after we've made certain no more treasure hunters can readily gain entry. Let's return to Tulio and speak with the Lands Guard. Grant, come and meet us at Bright Plume Post. Uh-huh. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Once again, we've left with nothing but time on our hands until Cyril Jaz shows himself. I suppose there's no shortage of work to be done if we ask the Lands Guard. You may be better served exploring Tyrol, familiarizing yourself with the land. It wouldn't do to find yourself lost when you're needed most. An honest-to-God's adventure? What a great idea! You're coming with me, Alxol, and don't you dare say you're not interested. Any self-respecting adventurer would jump at the chance like this. I'll not deny the suggestion piques my interest. We warn you now, though. The wilds of Tyrol are rife with danger. It is no place for the unprepared. I welcome the challenge. Ha 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 ha! Dun dun dun. I can hardly count the number of times Vanadel been visited by some world-ending calamity, but no matter how dire things may have seemed, we always found a way through. Together. This'll be no different, I'm sure of it. There's nothing we can't do so long as we have each other. A band of adventurers barely met, united in the face of great peril, just like old times. Are adventurers always so sentimental? Is that so terrible an idea? Ah, here he is. The moment we learn anything about Cyril Jaw's movement, I've asked him to contact you. Nice.
It'll probably take a few months.
Mm-hmm. Yay! Alrighty then. That is gonna be it for me today. I need to get my place a little bit cleaned up, a little more oh, meanwhile, in the Echo of Tulali... Gahahaha! Soon we will slaughter them all! Is that not so, Sarulja? Soon, my dawn servant, very soon. Then there shall be none to stop you from taking your rightful place on the throne. How fortunate for me, he lacks the wisdom of the true Dawn Servant. But if he will be made fit to rule, I must choose from the echoes carefully. The Shadow Lord showed promise. Ravana is a land of rich history. I needn't settle for those who are but a blink of an eye in the annals of history. With the strength of the ancients, I will bring Tulal, no, the whole world to its knees.
That is a creepy ass smile.
Yeah, lizards don't really smile. It's not a thing. Alrighty. That is gonna be it for me today. I have so much of my inventory to clean up. I've got things to put into the, retainers, desynthesizing, selling, and, you know, when I'm back from the cinema and such, I'm gonna be real with you, I might do a little bit of, like, off-stream nonsense. Who knows? I might be tired. I don't know what what today is gonna be like, and tomorrow I definitely always need to do chores as per the usual. So, I am gonna end the stream here. There's actually someone that we are gonna... Let's have a look and see who we can go and raid. Because the one person I was thinking of raiding into, it looks like they're leaving, unfortunately. Let's have a look. We're actually gonna go for someone completely different. We're not gonna go for someone on my follow list. We're gonna go for someone outside of it. Let's see here. Alright, looks like someone is doing some PvP in Crystalline Conflict or something like that. Named Kami Cozy Joe. There's a lot of big Rothgars in there and what have you, so we're gonna go raid into them. If you're interested in our raid message, it's gonna be Himbo Raid. I'm gonna make it short and sweet for us, and we're gonna have, like, the dad bod emote. If you're not subscribed, you're welcome to use what other kind of emote you want. And that is going to be it for me today. Velk, thank you so much for being here for the normal raids and the Alliance raid. I really appreciate it. Your wisdom in the Alliance raid was very, very appreciative.
Oh, good. I didn't know what I was doing either.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, no stream tomorrow. I will get a stream schedule out most likely next week, because we're done with Black Myth Wukong, which means I can put in, like, maybe 1 or 2 days. I can put 2 days into Dragon Age Veilguard, because I really do want to go through as much of it as possible. I know it's not a hugely popular one on Twitch, but I personally like it, and I would like to... I really love it, and I really hope to have other people catch on to see it and also enjoy watching it. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to... this morning's stream. We went all the way into the afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. I am gonna need to go have a shower, have my, like, late afternoon, you know, meal replacement shake shortly, so then that way I'm not, you know, feeling hungry when I'm at the cinema, because then that way I can go for like a Coke no sugar or just a water while I'm there. And I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. If you feel like contributing to the treadmill, you're able to, get to it via throne.com/GrantZeebs. Subscribe, check out my Twitter or any of that nonsense. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.